Good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to this morning's meeting of the Mojave County Board of Supervisors. Today, March 2nd, 2026, we're going to start the meeting this morning with an invocation led by Pastor Tony Henry. If you'd remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Supervisor Borelli. Thank you.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to pray. Let's bow our heads. Heavenly Father, we thank you. We just come before you today with humble hearts as we prepare to begin this County Supervisors meeting. We thank you for our wonderful county and our beautiful communities. We ask for your guidance and wisdom for each of these county supervisors, our elected officials and staff members. Grant them clarity of thought and compassion for their constituents and the courage to act justly. May the dialogue be filled with respect and collaboration, and may the outcomes reflect your will for our county. Father, surround us with your peace and help us all to work together and be good neighbors. We pray in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you, Father.
Ladies and gentlemen, please face the flag of a country that has brought more prosperity to the world than mankind has ever known. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hoorah. Carry on.
Board of Supervisors may by motion recess into executive session to receive legal advice from the board's attorneys on any item contained in this agenda pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A3, 4, and 7. I'm looking for a motion and action to call for executive session to be held on March 16th, 2026 at 9 a.m. for discussion and consultation.
So moved.
Thank you. For that motion, second, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you. We'll move to official business to come before the board. The first being discussion of pending or contemplated litigation claims and demands. Kingway?
Nothing to report today. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to committee and or legislative reports. We'll start with Supervisor Martin. Morning.
Been busy a couple of weeks. I just returned from a desert tortoise symposium in Las Vegas. I don't know how many people are even aware about the desert tortoise in Mojave County, and specifically in my district. Desert tortoises are a federally endangered species, and they are protected. And during this symposium, I learned a lot of things about desert tortoises that, like I say, I wasn't familiar with, that they brought forward. And one of the things that we saw photos of was of the predation done by coyotes, wild dogs, and ravens. And the ravens are especially hazardous to little bitty tortoises because they just eat them. And the larger ones, they flip over on their backs, peck out the center of them, and then eat them from the outside in. And we have a responsibility, I think, as county supervisors, just like we do with any endangered species, to make sure that we are aware of the restrictions and what needs to be done. So I've also set up a meeting with the folks out at the landfill. One thing that they found out is that the landfill attracts ravens, but they don't just eat at the landfill. What they do coming and going is they're looking for tortoises, and they predate on them heavily. So there may be something, and I want to talk to BLM about this. And I was a little disappointed because there was no BLM people from Arizona at that symposium, even though, like I said, we've got a lot of desert tortoises in Mojave County, and we need to act accordingly. So anyway, I'm going to prepare a report for the board. I learned a lot of information about this. And another thing I learned about was this climate change business. They had professional people there, and we're going through a 25-year, what they call mega drought, which is what's been going on. And we're seeing reduced snowpacks. There's a whole lot of things going on that are climate related, and we need to be aware of those things. And this is not some pie in the sky, well, we think this is happening. This was from Columbia University, and they've done a very, very in-depth investigation on this. It's for real. We're in a mega drought, and they have data showing when we last had a mega drought, and then when we've had mega droughts in the past that are far larger than what we're going through now. But we all know about water, and we know about lack of snowpack. We know lack of water going into the Colorado River system. That's part of it. And it was very interesting for me to learn about that. And like I say, I will be reporting that to the board. Another thing that I was involved in was County Manager Sam Elters and I were involved with a Zoom meeting with the National Park Service regarding South Cove. As you may know, I've been working on trying to get South Cove made into a real launch area for 30 years. And we're finally getting to the point where we got people's attention and there's money available. The federal government has, I think they said, up to $3 million. We got $500,000 from the state, but our money is directed at launching. The federal government's money is for infrastructure, which can include the launch ramp, but we're gonna keep working on that. We're gonna put or ask that our money be commingled with them, but we want to see a launch ramp down there so that anybody with a watercraft, from a kayak to a 30-foot boat, can go down there and launch. So we're going to keep working on that, Sam and I, and we got more meetings scheduled. So just wanted to let everybody know that the wheels of federal government especially work very, very slow. And we have given them plans that have previously been used in the Colorado River for a launching situation down there, and we gave it to their engineers, and we're at the top level. We're not talking to first line guys. We're talking to NPS engineers that do this for a living, and they have proposed to us so far 2 plans at South Cove. They haven't adopted neither one, but they presented us with those plans, and as soon as I get authorization, I'm going to release them to you because it will directly affect you, and you need to see them. We need your input into which plan you think better serves your needs and the needs of recreational users in Mojave County. So that's what I've been up to. And like I say, I look forward to meeting with the BLM, whoever their person is who is responsible for doing the desert tortoise stuff. And like I said, we'll continue meeting with the National Park Service on the South Cove situation. So just bear with me. We're working as we go. And that's it.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you.
Supervisor Borelli.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The County Supervisors Association, once again, we reported that the legislature passed 2 bills for tax conformity for the federal government, for the state to conform with the federal tax code. Governor Hobbs vetoed both of those, so yet we still don't have a conformity for the state level yet.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Myself, along with Supervisor Lettman and Manager Elters, attended the Bullhead Area Municipal Planning Organization meeting working on transportation funding. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Lettman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I chaired a meeting of the Mojave County Employee Benefit Trust 2 weeks ago. This is the group that basically sets the benefits and the rates and what's allowed to be covered for the employees of the county. It's a very good meeting. 2 big items came out of it. I'm pleased to report we're holding, on average, premium increases for the employees in about the 5% range. And I think that's very doable without too much harm to the employees or the county itself. Second, the board had already looked at an opt-out provision for employees of the county who wish, incentivizing employees of the county to leave the plan itself and move over to a plan that is being administered for a spouse or a parent. And that was approved by the board. Okay, so we are going to go ahead and announce that to the employees and all the rules that will go around it, and hopefully we can move some of the employees over to a spouse's plan and save the county a considerable amount of money on health care. A second meeting, Chairman Lingenfelter and I did attend a meeting, a presentation at the Mojave County Airport Authority at the Laughlin Bullhead International Airport. That meeting ran close to 3 hours. It was very good. We had a discussion of finances. There's a lot of work to be done. I'm certainly not satisfied with some of the things I heard in that meeting. We have a very good approach to working with the city and the existing board members, and an approach to making sure that the bylaws for the airport authority are modified so that this county gets the representation it should have always had on that board. Okay, and that is going to happen. We talked about a solution for this mess up at the fuel farm. I won't get into what's going on up there, but basically it's nearing the end of its natural life, and we have to come up with $3.7 million to repair that. And what we looked at was a potential use of, this is a great idea, using the Mojave County Industrial Development Authority to somehow help finance the bonding to get that repair made and replacement to the fuel farm. Absolutely has to be done for this airport to remain in operation. We also had a tour of the facility. It was very good. We do appreciate the hospitality of the folks over at the airport. It was a good tour, a good meeting. We have a lot of work to do. We really appreciate the partnership with our friends in Bullhead City. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. The only update I would give is on the Colorado River. So the deadline for comments on the current reclamation post-2026 Colorado River use guidelines, that's today, I believe, or Mojave County has submitted our official comments on that EIS process. And I can also tell you that our river communities, Havasu, Bullhead, and also the Mojave County Water Authority, which has membership, and all of the stakeholders in Mojave County have all also separately submitted comments on that process. So with the 7 states not coming to an agreement, our goal here is basically to try to always defend our Colorado River supplies. It's 100% of our water supplies for our on-river communities. We know that Arizona is going to take a cut, and our goal is to try to minimize that cut on the river as much as we possibly can. So we're working with everybody that has common interests, all the way down to Yuma, and we'll keep you posted as that goes. But there's going to be a lot of decisions that are made, and maybe some court battles between the states. Hopefully not, but that's where we are. And I also just want to say that I hope we all pray over our service members that are over serving in the Middle East right now, those that have lost their lives, those that are putting themselves in harm's way. We pray for you. I'd go to the county manager's report. Manager Elters.
Good morning, Chairman and board members. No report today.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move a few items up today. The first being item number 40. We have our sheriff is 42, excuse me. 42. We'll do 42 first. Discussion, possible action, approve the adoption of BOS Resolution 2026-057 in support of Arizona House Bill 2307 to place a dangerous and incompetent defendant in a secure state mental health facility, or if no beds are available, enter into a contract for the service to be provided out of state. Do we have, Supervisor Lettman, go ahead.
So I'll go ahead and take it, this item. So we're going to talk, if the folks back in the control room can go ahead and bring up the picture of Mr. John James onto the board. So we have in front of us a resolution that the board needs to support regarding how to handle a dangerous and incompetent defendant. And I'm going to ask the sheriff and Attorney Mitchell and Judge Moss to update us on all of this. But John James faced a first-degree murder charge for the May 20th, 2021 death of Gabriel Paz Toledano in the family home. This was an extremely violent crime that took place. And I'm going to ask if Sheriff Schuster could come online via Teams and explain to us what happened and why this man is so dangerous.
Good morning, Chairman, Supervisor Lettman. I want to make sure you can hear me okay.
We can.
Okay. So the backstory on this, on May 20th of 2021, John James of Bullhead City committed, as you discussed, a very heinous murder, actually stabbed his victim 30 plus times in the neck and face, allegedly. He was arrested by the Bullhead City Police Department, where he was transported and booked into our Kingman main jail. He remained in custody going through the court process until January of 2022, at which time he was found not competent to stand trial and court ordered to be transported to either the Arizona State Hospital or a similar facility in Yuma County. By court order, he was transported to the Arizona State Hospital in Phoenix. A year passes, 2023. Ash says, look, he's not getting any better. We can't keep him anymore. So there was yet another court order to transfer him from Ash to Yavapai County, who had a similar program. After a very short time, I think it was 6 months, Yavapai said he's not restorable, and he was transported back to Mojave County, at which point he was charged again with homicide. Superior Court ultimately dismissed that charge, and he was bounced around from various institutions, including our local Southwest Center, where he currently is at, which is not a secure facility. It's an inpatient facility, but it's not a secure facility. And so myself and the county attorney, well, a lot of us have been working to get resolution on this. When somebody commits such a heinous crime, they go to trial and they go to jail if convicted. If they don't go to jail, then they go somewhere where they can't harm somebody else, and that's where we're lacking in this state. So we've been working with Senator Angus, Representative Biasucci. They are working on the bill you mentioned. We tried to get an emergency clause in, didn't quite get that through, but it is moving forward. And I don't want to be long-winded. I'll let the court explain their position. But as of this point, at this point in time, the sheriff's office has nothing to hold Mr. James on, even though he was accused of such a heinous crime. He's a very dangerous individual. He's been bounced around the system. If he's not able to stand trial, it's vital that he be remanded to some sort of state facility. If not, it's only a matter of time before he returns to society, and he's very unstable, and he's a violent offender with a violent past. So this is a very important issue for the sheriff's office, something we're keeping on top of, and we're hoping we can gain some ground through legislation. Any questions? I'd be happy to answer.
No, I'm going to go ahead and ask Attorney Mitchell if he'd come on up and kind of give us a recap of legally what happened to Mr. James once he arrived in Kingman.
Attorney Mitchell, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Supervisors. Yeah, so I don't want to go too much into the criminal aspect of it. I think Sheriff Schuster did a good job covering that. So after he was determined not competent to stand trial, what happens is Title 36 civil commitment hearings. And there's several routes, but the route that we took with John James was to find him incompetent to stand trial, but dangerous. And that is a very, very thorough process. There is due process of law. The jury has to find Mr. James beyond a reasonable doubt that he is dangerous and that he is incompetent to stand trial. And that would be in accordance with Arizona Revised Statute 1345-17. That happened. That hearing did take place. He was found dangerous, and the court did sentence him to what's called a secured behavioral mental health facility. Unfortunately, as Mr. Sheriff Schuster mentioned, that does not exist. This is a problem because he was sentenced and court ordered to this facility, but there was nowhere to send him.
Can I interrupt that?
Absolutely.
So just to recap, so we all understand, he's ordered to be sent to a facility that does not exist in our state.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. So our thought process then was, what do we do with him? The court was then ordered, or the court had to, following the statute, to dismiss the criminal charges against him. And again, you're innocent until proven guilty in America. So he was not convicted, but he was not competent to stand trial. And the idea is you catch these type of people, right, that are found dangerous. And the dangerous statutes are very clear on what to be convicted of or charged with. Obviously, murder is one of them. This is the reason why these statutes exist. This very example here. So we couldn't put him in the facility. So instead, we initiated what's called Title 36 civil commitment hearings for court-ordered treatment. And that works when somebody has a disability that are found persistently and acutely disabled, they're a danger to others, they're a danger to self, or they're gravely disabled. And that happens quite often in the county. So a good example, and a good example for Mr. James is he has bipolar schizophrenia disorder. So somebody has a disorder, they're not taking their medications. We go through, again, due process because we don't want to force this on somebody, but the court then orders you to take medication because you are found to have a disability that keeps you from taking your medication or understanding you have a disability, so you can't voluntarily commit to that treatment. And that works, but it only works for so long. As soon as they're court ordered to take medication, they take it, and they usually say, or think, all right, now that I'm taking my medication, I understand I have a mental disability and I need to take my medication. They have to be released. Once they can acknowledge voluntarily and knowingly that they have a disability and that they can take medication, they must be released. So at this point, John James has been ordered. We actually had another civil commitment hearing with him last week, one that I handled, and he was found persistently and acutely disabled. The court did order him treatment, but this is only temporary. And at any time, if he decides that he wants to take his medication or acknowledges that he suffers from a disability, he would be released. And we can't hold him criminally, and we can't hold him on a civil commitment because the statute doesn't allow it.
Okay, so a man who stabbed his victim 30 times, including one thrust with a knife so violent that it broke the man's nose. Okay, another one where the knife went in, I believe, into his skull near his ear. Okay, so that kind of person could potentially be released, is what you just told us. Okay. Could Judge Moss come on up and explain to us what all's going on?
Judge Moss, you want to approach the podium? Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, County Manager Elters, and members of the board. There are two statutes which are at issue. Both limit the power of the court. The first is Title 36, Chapter 40. That's where a judge and a jury decides that someone has, to a degree of the evidence is great, and the associating the responsibility with the crime to a particular individual, and then a jury finds that this person is dangerous, and also a finding is made that this person is incompetent. In other words, he cannot rationally assist in his criminal defense. Under Title 36, Chapter 40, the courts have the ability, after that process has been followed, to commit someone to a secure behavioral health facility for the duration of their sentence, which in the case of the presumptive sentence, which in the case of first-degree murder would be natural life. Unfortunately, when the legislature made the statute effective, which was January 1st of 2024, they never provided the funding to actually build this facility, so it doesn't exist. The Mojave County courts attempted to use, or the judge in charge of the case, sentenced Mr. James to this facility and attempted to hold him in the county jail until such time as the facility came into existence and was reversed on appeal. At that time, as the county attorneys referenced, the state filed Title 36, Chapter 5 proceedings. The difficulty with Title 35, Chapter 5 proceedings is they are designed for release. Everything in Title 36, Chapter 5 is to effectively give the person who suffers from some disability the keys to their own cell, so to speak. Further, even if the court were to find that this person's a danger to himself or others, Title 36, Chapter 5, I think it's Section 540, limits the amount of time that a superior court can hold that individual against his will. So from the court perspective, there's a solution, that's Chapter 40, but it requires legislative funding to create this facility that they said we have to sentence him to. And he would be held there for the rest of his life until one of two things happened. He was found competent to stand trial, that he would be brought back to Mojave County, and he'd go through the criminal process, and if convicted, he would go to the Department of Corrections, and presumptively for the rest of his natural life, if he was convicted, or he's found no longer to be dangerous. But he would stay there essentially forever. That tool is taken away, doesn't exist, because the funding was not provided for the facility. It's a Band-Aid under Title 36, Section 5, and the judges involved have followed the law. They have not overstretched their bounds, except for that one case where they tried to hold them in the county jail and had their hands slapped, and they had to stop that. But there is a serious concern that laws have been created which tie the hands of the courts. Laws have been created which would allow appropriate consequences which would protect the public, but no funding has been provided to allow that to occur, which means the public is theoretically in danger. Not just this case. This is happening in Maricopa County. It's happening all around the state. We are dealing with it now, but there are other areas in the state where these folks who have accused of these sort of things, other counties are struggling with this exact same problem. So what do? Court's hands are tied. Prosecutor's hands are tied. Sheriff Schuster can't do anything. The city police can't do anything because we don't have the authority to do anything. And I'll say I'm ready to answer any questions you might have.
Supervisor, questions for the board? Supervisor Martin, thank you.
Yes, thank you. So where's he at now?
He is in a secure facility for a period of time because he is considered acutely disabled. But again, that's under Title 36, Chapter 5, which means he will not be held there forever. He will be released. It's just a matter
So
of
he
when.
could theoretically be turned back out on the street.
Theoretically, he could be out tomorrow.
So what, this thing that's before us, this resolution 2026-057, what does that do?
It is my understanding the board is asking the state legislature to provide the funding. Keep in mind, a judicial order has already been entered finding Mr. James incompetent and dangerous, and that he needs to be submitted to the secure mental health behavioral facility. As soon as one exists, he will go there. So I think what you're trying to do is get one to exist so he can go there.
So we're asking the state legislature to provide funding so that they can build a secure facility that the court can then utilize for these obviously dangerous people.
Or contract it out with third-party providers, I believe, who are out of state. But it's one way or the other, get the funding available that the public can be protected in Mojave County and elsewhere around the state. Effectively saying, legislature, you created this category of incompetent but dangerous. And then you did nothing after that. You took the ball up to the first yard line and you didn't cross the line into the touchdown territory because you didn't actually create what you intended to create.
And you say there are facilities out of state,
Well,
but there's no funding for them?
well, not in Arizona, there's no funding for them. No funding has been provided in the state of Arizona.
Right.
I don't blame the Arizona State Hospital. I regret it. I don't blame them for letting him go. The state statute's very clear with them that they can only hold him under Title 36, Chapter 5 for a period of time. And if they find out that their treatment is no longer beneficial, he's not making further improvements, they're obligated to give up the bed so they can bring someone in so that they can give that person treatment because maybe they can make further progress with that person. So there's a system which has been created where we go round and around and around because no one has created an off-ramp when it comes to these people who have been adjudicated by a jury of being incompetent but dangerous.
Chairman, I have Sheriff Schuster who's raised his hand. He wants to make a point.
Were you done? Yeah. Sheriff Schuster?
Yeah, I didn't want to step on Judge Moss. I just was looking to, I apologize, Steve. So the point I wanted to make is twofold. Number one, this is obviously a significant concern. It's something that's worthy of the attention of the public. The legislation is looking at trying to do something this year to allow us to get folks or individuals just like this to secure facilities out of state. So it's something that we're hoping will be corrected in the next month or two. But it's very vital that as a community, as a board, as the sheriff's office, we petition our legislators to let them know our concerns, because this is something that is happening around the state and it needs correction. It should never have reached this point. I just wanted to share that. Sorry to interrupt, Your Honor.
Doug, you're always allowed to
Thank you,
interrupt me.
Sheriff.
You're bigger than I am.
Judge Moss, if I could pause you for a moment, just for the public's information that may have not read the background information, I'm going to read the resolution into the record. It's
Should I
pretty
sit down while you do
pretty
that?
brief.
or-
No, I'll be
Okay.
really fast. It basically says a resolution in support of House Bill 2307 relating to dangerous and incompetent defendants, whereas a dire need exists in Mojave County and other counties to house dangerous and incompetent defendants who have committed serious offenses, to include murder, in a secure state mental health facility pursuant to ARS 13-4521, and whereas no such facility exists within the state of Arizona, posing an extreme hazard to the public safety of the people of Mojave County, the state of Arizona, and whereas House Bill 2307 is a bill before the Arizona legislature to compel the Arizona Department of Health Services to place a dangerous and incompetent defendant in a secure state mental health facility, or if no beds are available, enter into contract for the service to be provided out of state. And whereas this bill offers a sensible and needed solution to potentially dangerous situations and avoids the possibility of a dangerous and incompetent defendant being released into the public. That's really the bulk of the resolution. So
Thank you.
Sums it up well.
And again, it's been found by a judge and a jury that he's dangerous but incompetent. That's an uncontroversial judicial fact. but we don't have the tools because they haven't been provided. They've been contemplated by law, but they actually haven't been provided to deal with this class of person.
Other supervisors have any comments? Supervisor Gould, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge Moss, is there a statute that prevents this individual from being shipped out of state?
I am not aware of such a statute. There might be an Department of Health and Services rule that prevents it, but I'm not positive. I can't speak on that. I don't know off the top of my head.
What would prevent Mojave County from shipping him out of state? The fact that it's the state's authority and not Mojave County's authority?
I believe, as it stands now, the licensing requirement through the Arizona Department of Health Services is what has to be done. They have to confirm the licensing of these facilities. So we can't just say we want to send them to a secure facility in California or Oregon or someplace like that. They have to be acknowledged by the Arizona Department of Health Services as being a secure behavioral.
They conform to whatever it was that the legislature spelled out.
They have to confirm that this group goes there or meets these credentialing criteria. ASH, by the way, does not meet the credentialing criteria according to ASH when it comes to using them for Title 36, Chapter 40.
So if the sheriff was to keep him locked in the county jail to protect the public, the citizens of Mojave County, how do you think that would play out?
He'd be order released by the Court of Appeals. They've already ordered it once.
So
there's no law that allows us to keep people like this in anything but a secure behavioral mental health facility. It's defined by statute. That's the only place we're allowed to send them by statute. And they didn't create one. So they said, you must send them here, but they didn't give us one.
Sometimes you need to bring things to a head.
Yes.
To get the legislature to act.
That's
as
politics,
former
yes.
member of the legislature, I'm aware of this.
Right.
That may be the action that needs to be taken to bring this to a head. But that's not what we're here to decide today.
Right. I think you folks are here seeking the exact same thing the courts are seeking, the sheriff's seeking, the county attorney's seeking, and I think the citizenry of Arizona is seeking. There's people who have been adjudicated by a judge and jury as being dangerous but incompetent. They should not be released to the streets because of that finding. They're dangerous. But you haven't allowed us to place them in anywhere else but this type of facility. And the Band-Aid they're using is perfectly legal, but it's temporary because it comes to an end one way or the other eventually.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Supervisor Borelli, thank you. Okay. We'll call you back if we have any other questions.
Thank you. And thank you for the time.
Thank you very much for testimony today.
Okay, so I think we've summarized very well what the issue is and what the problem is, and this is a very dangerous individual. And we have Senator Angus and Representative Biasucci are moving along this House Bill 2307. I'm going to go ahead and make a motion that we approve this resolution.
Yes, Mr. Chair, and to that point, it's passed the House, 37 yeas, 20 nays, and 3 not voting. So it's currently sitting in the Senate. It's been assigned to 2 committees, Appropriations and HHS. And what this would do is send a strong message. This needs to be heard and dealt with.
Absolutely. We want to thank our LD30 legislators for pushing this. Supervisor Gould.
Mr. Chairman, will Supervisor Borelli yield for a question?
Yes.
Supervisor Borelli, they dual assigned the bill?
Yes, because it's going through Health and Human Services, but also Appropriations because there's money attached to it.
Okay. Sometimes things get dual assigned to kill them.
And rules.
Yeah, and they go through rules also. Thank you, Supervisors. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. We do have a motion and a second. I'll make a call for any additional discussion. Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you, Board. While we're discussing criminal justice stuff, I'm going to move up item 40 just to get that out of the way. Discussion possible action, receive legal advice from the Board's attorney, consider the Board's position, and instruct the Board's attorney regarding settlement discussions for an appeal submitted by former employee Kyle Bridgman. Further, the board may accept, reject, seek to modify, or take no action at this time on Mr. Bridgman's proposed offer of settlement.
Mr. Chairman.
The board. Supervisor Lettman, thank you.
I'll make a motion to authorize the Sheriff's Office to proceed with and to sign the settlement agreement for this matter on behalf of the Board of Supervisors as directed in executive session.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Second.
You've heard that motion second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you. I'm going to move up item number 43, approve and authorize the chairman of the board to sign a 40-year intergovernmental ground lease at $1 rent annually to lease 4.95 acres of the southerly portion of the county's 21.37 acre vacant parcel known as APN 320-11-150, abutting Burbank Street and Beverly Avenue in the city of Kingman for purposes of city developing a new transit hub serving the city of Kingman and Kingman area regional transit operations. We have Mayor Watkins is in the audience today, and City Manager Tim Walsh. If you'd like to come up and present to the board on this, we'd appreciate it. And thank you for being here with us this morning.
Thank you, Chairman Lingenfelter, members of the board. Appreciate the consideration today and appreciate you considering this item. The City of Kingman, we have operated the Kingman Area Regional Transit since 2003, and that service basically provides transit service throughout the city and unincorporated areas surrounding the City of Kingman. Our numbers are close to around 92,000 ridership a year. Prior to COVID, we were up over 100,000, and we're slowly getting back to that. We've been based primarily in the Walmart parking lot. Not really a transit hub there, more just a glorified bus stop. And that's been our base since 2003. Based on our numbers and ridership, we're continuing to outgrow that facility. So we've been looking at basically establishing a home for our CART facility. In 2024, we applied for and received a grant to do a site selection. That selection looked at a number of various properties throughout town and then narrowed down on the property that's adjacent to the library. In 2024, that was the site selection. They narrowed it down to 3 and found that property adjacent to the library was the best suited for a CART hub. We were awarded. Following that, we were recently awarded a design grant to move forward with design. But prior to being able to begin design, we needed to identify a site. At that point, we reached out to Chairman Lingenfelter and County Manager Elters to discuss the possibility, as well as Supervisor Martin, to discuss the possibility of placing a CART hub adjacent to the library. The site selection committee found this site to be the most advantageous based on location, adjacent to the library, the parks, medical, shopping, all of that right there. Future possibilities as well as a regional hub being able to connect Peach Springs, Bullhead City, Lake Havasu City as a base point of operation. But those are all, down the road a little ways. But really what we're looking for is consideration by the board for this site. It's a just under 5 acres that would allow for a CART, I keep saying CART, it's Kingman Area Regional Transit, sorry. A facility that would be our base of operations for the CART operations and allow us to continue those functions. A partnership with the county would be a real benefit to both the city and the county. We currently, like I said, operate into the unincorporated areas north of Kingman. Our largest route goes out into the north area and provides, we have about 30,000 riders a year that we see on the yellow route. That's the one that goes out into the county. And 31,000. That one costs about I want to say it's over 300,000. It's actually closer to 400, about 380,000 a year to operate. The city, we receive a big, we receive quite a few grants, but out of the city general fund, we spend about 110,000 a year to operate that yellow route. I'd be happy to answer any questions. I don't know if I've covered enough, but I'd be happy to answer any questions that y'all might have.
Thank you, Manager. Open up to the board. Any questions? Supervisor Martin, thank you.
Yes, sir. Can you tell me, just for information, what the assessed value of that 5.3 acres is?
I believe, working with the county, I believe, and I think County Manager Elters would have a better number, I think, but I want to say it's right around $1 million is what my understanding is.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Martin, we had this parcel appraised back in 2022. There were some interest in some commercial development. We appraised it then, and it came in just a little over $200,000 an acre. So for a parcel of approximately 5 acres, that would add up to about $1 million in value.
And what are you seeing? I understand we got a route out in the county, and what is the value to us in the county?
Very good. That's a great question, Supervisor Martin. What we're looking at is, as I mentioned, the city spends about $100,000 a year on the yellow route out of the city general fund. Total, we're about $380,000 a year on that yellow route with grants and all of that. So the trade-off would be the city's able to continue to fund that yellow route, bring those county residents into their needed medical, shopping, and all of those.
Okay, and how long are you going to anticipate being at that location?
Our intent would be to, if the board agrees, our intent would be to remain at that location. That would be our primary.
Okay, so if we say roughly $300,000, so in 3 years we get a return on our investment.
There you go.
Okay.
Manager Elters, this is you look at the backup materials. It's a little L-shaped parcel that's behind the library, sort of jam between the library and the hobby wash, and then a little strip for, I guess, the buses to go in and out of that, kind of close to the parking lot for the library. One of the things that I think is very important for District 1 to support this is the yellow route, which goes north of town. If we could work with the part of this to get a stop on the yellow route to the new Advanced Manufacturing Training Center, that would be ideal. I mean, I know that Industrial Park right now is over 20-something% of our area's total workforce, full employment. And then when you guys get the almost 800 acres released from the FAA to the south, that AMTC building is going to be pretty much right in the middle of the park. So if we could get, right now we don't have any sort of a bus access or public transportation access out into the industrial park. Is that something that the city could live with, trying to work with county and the college to establish a stop at the new manufacturing training center?
Chairman, thank you for bringing that up. Absolutely. Prior to his departure, I had actually had discussions with President Klippenstein out at the college about establishing a stop at the AMTC and looking at some support from the college and able to do so. So we have been, that's been a priority for CART, is getting service out to the industrial park. We've talked with a number of the businesses out there, and it's been a little bit tricky trying to work out the logistics with the shift work and timing. Our CART route, or our CART operations start at 6 in the morning, end at 8 at night. So with shift work, it gets a little bit tricky, but we've been working with them to try and figure out how that schedule looks. But yes, ultimately, we want to have a stop at the AMTC as well as the other businesses out in the industrial park.
Appreciate that. We've got like about 90 industries in there. Don and I just went and toured Crown, one of the newest ones. They're going to have, they have 38 employees right now. They're going to be ramping up to 250 to 300 employees at that facility, which is tremendous. But I think we need to have public transportation out to the park. I've driven out there several times. It's, you access it right now on 66, and I've seen people just, if they don't have a ride, walking on the side of Route 66 or riding a bike. And even really early in the morning, like in the wintertime at 6 o'clock, you got to pay attention because you got somebody that's walking on the side of the road and it's pitch dark, and you come on them, you come upon them really quick. So to at least have an option for public transit to get out to the center, you avoid having to try to juggle all of those industries, shift times, and all that stuff. At least you get them into the park, is what I'm thinking. And I think that there's a lot of value in that. If this is how we get it done, then that would be great, in my opinion. I did open it up for additional questions. Supervisor Lettman, thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, the question I have is, why would we want to give a parcel worth $1 million to the city of Kingman for $1 a year? When that can be monetized, we could certainly sell that parcel, take that $1 million, maybe dump it, or excuse me, not dump it, but place it in park improvements at the park at the northern end of Kingman. I'm just perplexed why we would take 5 acres of developable land for a $1 a year lease. That just doesn't make sense to me. Response from anybody?
Chairman, if I may. Absolutely, Senator Supervisor Lettman. It's a great question, and really I think Supervisor Martin spoke to that a bit. The investment that the city is making towards the county in the $300,000+ a year to operate the yellow route that goes into the county to serve the county residents, this would help. Basically, the city is providing that benefit already. This basically is an investment by the county in order to continue those services.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman. Supervisor Gould, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought up a novel idea which might make this more acceptable to some of our board members. Currently, the city of Kingman applies sales tax to county projects. They apply sales tax to things that the county buys and has delivered inside of their city limits. Maybe they would like to exempt us from the application of that sales tax on our projects and our purchases. Maybe that would be a fair exchange.
Supervisor Gould, may I ask, can I qualify that? Would that be up to the appraised value of the property?
Sure.
Manager?
Chairman, Supervisor Gould, that's not something that we've looked at. I mean, definitely we can look at it and see what that looks like. I will say, over since 2003, the city has provided this service out into the county. Since about 2009, looking at the numbers, we've invested from city general funds, not including the grant funds, city general funds alone, over $1 million towards the service into the county. And we continue to plan to operate those services. So just general funds alone, I think Supervisor Martin mentioned, looking at the $385,000 that's spent both city funds and grant funds, this $1 million is paid off within 3 years. If you look just general funds, within 10 years, that $1 million is paid off in a sense. Those funds are reinvested into the county.
Any other discussion? Supervisor Martin, you have a comment?
I agree. I mean, the return on investment's there. They've been providing this essentially at no cost to our residents down in that northern area. And I know the area here in question, it borders Travis and I's area on there. And I can see a benefit to it. I can see the benefit to those 100,000 people or 30,000 a year and with the agreement that they're going to go out to the park or the business out there, I think that's a win-win. And sometimes maybe we just looking at pure numbers makes us get a little foggy about the big picture of things. And I think the city's trying to be fair about that. I don't think they're ripping us. It's just going to it'll take a time for the return of investment, but they're willing to do it. They're willing to compromise on some of this stuff. So I don't see anybody knocking the door down either to get that particular parcel, because it is kind of set off a little bit behind. So, I think it's something we should seriously look.
Mr. Chairman.
Manager Elters.
Thank you. A couple of thoughts, not to get in on the debate between the board members, but to point out a few things. This is really considered a partnership. The parcel is 21 acres, carving 5 acres out of it under a lease agreement will keep the land in the county, but would also keep at least 15 acres intact. As I mentioned earlier, this parcel was appraised in 2022. There was some interest for development. That really has not materialized. There has not been the interest in development in this parcel yet. And the access that this location provides to individuals from unincorporated areas of the county to the hospital, to the park, to shopping. This location is centrally located where you could really walk to the hospital and walk to the park and to the library, to the animal shelter, and so on. So it seems to be a reasonable partnership where there is the value to the county is there, because the county does not have any public transit otherwise for the area of the county, the unincorporated area, primarily Butler, and understanding that the employment at the airport industrial area comes from multiple areas, including Butler area as well. So just wanted to offer that insight to the board as you consider this item.
Manager Elters, I have a question. I know that the county had this parcel, in an attempt to try to market it commercially. They had it zoned C3 2011 or 2012 for a number of years, and they didn't see anything. Do you think that having a transit facility here on this 5 acres would actually make the remaining portion of that property more valuable or commercially viable?
Mr. Chairman and board members, I think my answer would be speculative, but understanding, as you said, the zoning of this parcel, I can only imagine having a additional access to this area would help attract development. What commercial development selection process usually consists of is what access does it provide and how does that serve the area. In this case, I do believe a public transit hub will enhance the value of to develop this parcel.
Is the current zoning parks open space, or what's the current zoning of this parcel? Do you know?
Mr.
I
Chairman,
don't think it's commercial anymore.
I don't believe it's open space. I do believe it's let me say I don't know for sure. I would need to check because I don't know.
Yeah. Well,
we appraised it with the understanding that it can be developed commercially.
It's on the agenda. We certainly don't have to come to a decision today. We can postpone this if we need to keep working on it. If there's a way to pass it.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Lettman.
I just wanted to point out one other thing. There's an opportunity cost lost to the county if this goes through. And that is, if we sell that land to private enterprise, we get to collect property tax off of it, okay, and on the improvements on the building. So I'm all for a partnership with Kingman. I love you guys, okay? You're very good city stewards, okay? But this is $1 million. Okay, and lost property tax revenue in the future. I want a better deal, okay, than this. I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to continue this item for at least 30 days, okay, into the future.
Okay, we have a motion.
Second.
Additional discussion.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould, thank you.
I'm looking at this piece of land. Let's call it the tongue of the L, is less than 1 acre. So that really doesn't make it an oddball piece of property. That basically, I think, gets you over to Burbank Street. that give you 2 lanes in and 2 lanes out. So it's not really an oddball shaped piece of property that would cause it to be devalued. Just a comment.
Thank you. I'd also say for just the Kingman region in general, when you look at our labor force participation rate, I think it could be a little higher, and maybe should be higher. And you gotta wonder, when you have a lower workforce participation rate, what are the drags on that? And I think certainly some of the drags on our Kingman area labor participation rate are maybe affordable housing, or whatever you want to call it these days, workforce housing, childcare, and then also transportation can be a drag on your labor force participation rate as well. I think overall, in the long term, this is something that is beneficial, especially if we can get access out into the industrial park. I think that needs to happen. I'd also like to see, since the yellow route hits the campus of Mojave Community College, that they would contribute something as well. But, I'd be for continuing this and maybe having some more discussion about some areas where we can come to an agreement. This item requires a unanimous vote of the board, so we need to postpone this and see if we can come to an agreement.
Good.
We do have one person that signed up to speak on this. Thank you, Manager Elters,
you.
or Manager Walsh, excuse me. Got 2 managers. Scotty McClure.
Tell that dog I'm not for dinner. Scotty from Bullhead. This sounds as bad as the airport authority leases. Some authorities got together and did such a great job. Look where we're at now. What a joke. Either give them the airport for $1 or $1 million or $300,000. Do it. Get it over with. You guys, we don't need 2 boards. The city council and the board of supervisors doing the same thing. Sell it to them, whatever. I've been up to the library, and as far as I'm concerned, it's put some pavement on it, I guess, whatever. But we just don't, this is just having 2 boards do this. I think you guys you got to come with some, I'm glad you guys put it off for a while, because you guys aren't there yet. You're not in agreement. You're not doing it right. You're not getting the right price. You're not doing a good job on this. This reeks of the Bullhead Airport. Do it right. And you did by postponing it. Somebody's glasses here.
That's the last person we had to speak. We do have a motion and a second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you, board. We're going to bump one other item up, item 41. Thank you both for being attended. Thank you, Mayor. Item number 41, discussion, possible action, sitting as the Board of Directors of the Mojave County Library District, accept an authorized expenditure of monetary donations in the amount of $500 and accept non-monetary donations in the amount of $19,021.50 for donations of materials received, cataloged, and added to the library collection from July 2025 through December 2025 as detailed in the backup materials, with the exception of the books enumerated in the removal list. This item was continued from our February 2nd, 2026 meeting. I believe we have a director from the library that's going to be doing a presentation, or
Mr. Chairman, board members, he's prepared to answer questions or respond.
Well, we'll hear from him shortly, but I'm gonna hand it over to the item sponsor, which is Supervisor Gould.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not really the sponsor. I was just the one willing to put it on the agenda.
Thank you.
Members, as you know, we had a list of donations to vote on whether or not to accept. I had some concern with one and wanted more time to look at it. We took a look and found a total of 13 books that we believe are unacceptable to children. So that we brought those back. It's in the backup, so you members could take a look at that. But what I would recommend is that we accept the donations with the exception of those 13 books.
Thank you, Supervisor. Manager Elters, could we get your library director on to talk about?
Right there.
Oh, great. Welcome. Good morning. You want to come up to the board and talk about the structural things? We'd like to know what the current process is and how are we enforcing parental controls and making sure kids don't have access to materials that, their parents maybe not, they don't want them to have.
Okay, so Supervisor, Chairman Lingenfelter's supervisors, we basically we get a lot of donations, and the process is that we evaluate these donations. Some of them are literally garbage. We don't want them in the library because they have mold or animal product on them, and so we get rid of those. We photograph them before we actually dispose of them. There's another category of books that we don't particularly think we might need in the collection. So either we have already a lot of good copies of it, or we have, it just doesn't fit. And those would either go to our book sales or to our friends of the library to do book sales. And then there's another category in which staff identify items which we think might work in our collection. And then we take a look at those. And so what we do is we take a look at, well, do we already have it in the collection? Is an item, for example, we might have an item in Havasu that has 200 circulations on it, in which case the item that comes in, if it's like a brand new item or very close to it, we might swap them out. And then there are others which we would then go through a collection development evaluation. We would say, okay, well, if it's not already in the system and it's a new item, then we take a look and we look at, for example, professional reviews. We look to see if other libraries in the country have it and where it's placed. And then these items get cataloged. We would download a record for them, and we would add them to the system and then bring them to your attention. And that's what the list is. And we do add them, as we don't wait for the list to be approved before adding them. They are added to the shelves, and then we do that afterwards. Every 6 months or so we bring you guys a list of these donations. As far as parental controls are concerned, at least as far as any staff member has been on, anybody with a library card, first off, children have to have a parent there to get a library card. The parent takes financial responsibility, and the policy states, and it's throughout a couple of policies, that the parents are responsible for guiding the selections of their children. And but children are able to check out items on the adult side, and adults are able to check out on items on the children's side. Any card works for any item. We do have children's area policies about unattended adults being in a child's area without a reason. We do have policies that allow us to preclude them, but it doesn't preclude them from checking out. And likewise, it doesn't preclude children from going into the adult area, picking up a book, either checking it out or bringing it into an area of the library to read. I will say that we did check on this, and the total amount of that's considered adult materials are checked out by children's cards are very low. I think it was under 2%. I hope that kind of gives you an explanation of the process and the parental controls. I should mention also this: if a parent has the library card, a number, and they have the PIN number, they can also go online and look up their child's account. There are some privacy protections against all accounts and us sharing the information that's checked out on any account. And there's a Arizona revised statute that covers that. And I can read that revised statute if you guys would like.
Director, I have sorry if I missed anything, but I've got a couple of questions, or a few questions I have to go through, and then I'm going to open up to the rest of the board. And then we have several people that have signed up to speak, so we may call you up after everybody is done. My first area is card-based permission architecture. I think you tied that a little bit. That parental authorization is explicitly tied to their child's library card. Is that correct? Or?
That's correct. If you're under 18, you need a parent there, and the parent has to have a valid ID, and then the parent takes financial responsibility is also, the policy says that we encourage them to guide their children's selections on books.
So for ages what and under is what I'm looking at. Because what I would hope as a parent myself is that we have restricted, that a parent must physically override. I took some notes just for myself. That a parent must physically override, if there's questionable books or some sort of a tiered list, they'd have to explicitly sign an authorization, that there'd be filtered online databases, controlled ebook categories, that the parent would actually select the tiers that they want their child to have access to, and not the government.
Well, we don't have it set up like that. Since at least 1994, there has never been a restriction on a child checking out in any item. And that's actually per policy, the parental responsibility policy. Excuse me, it's going to take me a second to find it.
I'd like to see mandatory annual parental reauthorization for their minors if they're going to be accessing our library. That that everybody's on the level playing field. That they understand that they have to authorize what their child has access to in the libraries on an annual basis. I think that's a good idea. I think we need to empower our parents that access our libraries here in Mojave County with data. I don't know if you mentioned it, but I think they should be getting like text and email notifications on all of the stuff that their kids check out. I think that we should give them monthly checkout summaries, maybe an online dashboard. I've got an online dashboard with my kids' school. I can go online anytime to Parent View, and I can see their grades or if they're missing any assignments. I think that we should do something the same when it comes to the library. And then obviously the obvious stuff like clear signage and shelving and no cross placement of adult materials with youth materials, things like that. But these are the things that I'm hoping that if we don't have them, that we create that stuff.
And there are libraries who have that where parents can opt in or opt out of a certain kind of restrictive categorization for their children's card. We don't have it. I would have to look at what our integrated library system is capable of, but I'm sure we could probably figure out how to make that happen and bring it back to policy. Might I just let you know, we do have a right to privacy policy, which provides a certain right for a patron to have privacy on their account, to people not to know what they check out. And I'm just bringing this up because it is part of the policy. It was adopted in 1998, and the Arizona statute is 41-13454. And in the policy, it says that it has been determined by the Mojave County Attorney's Office that ARS 41-1354 applies to minors and protects all library users against disclosure. A memorandum from the County Attorney's Office on December 26, 1996 is available to library customers questioning this policy. But also, the disclosure applies only, we can disclose if things are lost or damaged, because at that point, the parent is financially responsible. But the general idea, and you would have to ask the attorneys about that particular Arizona revised statute as it would apply to disclosing, like, for example, sending a check out to every parent, or an email to every parent saying this is what your kid checked out. So I'm not sure where that falls into the law.
We could explore that, right?
Well, I guess it would be.
I think as long as you're a minor, considered a minor by the law, that your parents have ultimate responsibility for the content that you consume in a facility like a library. That's my thought. We do have a process, though. Did you mention the process? So is there not a form in every one of the libraries if somebody sees there's a title that they don't agree with, if they want to submit that title for review?
Certainly.
I believe that there's a process where it's library director, library advisory committee, a member of the public. They review that. They give a response within 6 weeks, and if they're still not satisfied with the decision, then they can appeal it to us as the library board, and
That's
then we
correct.
can make the ultimate decision on a title, right?
Yeah, it's a reconsideration policy. And so what happens is that if somebody, this has happened on 3 separate occasions, 9 total books. One patron did 6 books at one time. and then on 2 others did a book apiece. So, sorry, 8. That would be 8 total books. And what happens is that, you know, when people let it be known that they're not happy with something that they've read, or something, in some cases, they just get a list off the internet of, hey, these books are hot topic books. Let me go ahead and challenge them. And so what happens is that they let us know that. They fill out a form or forms, depending on how many titles that they would like to have reviewed. Then, per policy, I let them know that I've received their form within a certain period of time. And then I form an ad hoc committee. It's a member of the public. It doesn't necessarily restrict me to it, but I did go by policy each time. A member of the Citizens Advisory Committee and a member of staff. I have not served on any of those. I've removed myself and just appointed a qualified member of staff to serve. Every one of those, every time it's happened, it's been different, a different composition of the committee each time. I haven't used the same people over and over again. And then what they do is they review the items. Some of them do a rather in-depth cursory review. They don't read the whole thing, but we've also had people on those committees read every single book. And then they come back with their suggestions. And then I have not overridden those suggestions because it really is up to that ad hoc committee. And I within 6 weeks of the initial receipt of the form, then what we do is we go, that I let them know what the result was and that they could go, and I give them a copy of the policy each time. So, oh, okay. And we've not had to remove any books from or relocate any books yet per that process.
All right. Well, we have a number of people that have signed up. I'm going to do one more call to the board.
I have a question for
Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, you said that there was 2% of incidents where a youth checked out an adult book.
That's correct. I think it was 1.6%. I'm looking back. We pulled them yesterday. It was less than 2, though.
What rating system did you use to determine whether that was an adult book or a child's book?
In those cases, I'm not even sure which book it is. We just ran a report to find out. Our reports don't look like which instance it was. It was how many times that a child's card checked out an adult book. And just before we go on to they're going to something evil immediately, I don't know that. It's very often that, you know, a teacher might say all the kids in the library or all the kids in the classroom get to do a report on sharks or something, and our sharks section, it's, you know, the 5th kid in line doesn't have any books there because all the other kids have taken them. And so they might go over to the adult side and pick up something on marine animals or whatever. So it's not necessarily that 2% is them going over and getting something racy. And this is only print. I'm not sure what the numbers would be for any of our other types of
Well, I'm
items.
assuming somehow we use some kind of a system to determine whether that's an adult book or a child's book.
Oh, yeah. I mean, first off, we look at a couple of things. We look at things like what the publishers, okay, this is this category that we're generally doing. We look at what some of the other libraries are doing if there's a question. There's also our records. Whenever we do records in our system, those records are often uploaded from other systems, from either, it used to be WorldCat, but from either when we were using Baker and Taylor before they went out of business a few months ago, we were uploading records from them. And in those records, they give us kind of an indication of what where that item should go in the library. It would be very difficult for us to originally catalog every single thing that comes in. It's kind of a long process.
Strange. What I find troubling is the book like The Beautiful Something Else is rated for 8-year-olds.
Yes, sir.
That's two rating services rated that as a child's book for 8-year-olds.
So
if that's the kind of standard that we're using, I don't think that we're using an equal measure to figure out what's an adult book and what's a child's book. So if you were going to implement some kind of a system that lets the parent know what book the child's checked out, we have to come up with some kind of a system to determine is that a book that's appropriate for a child or not.
Yeah, we would
It
look
almost
at.
looks like statute says we can't tell the parents what book their kid's checking out. which sounds like, once again, government getting between the parent and the child. And that's rhetorical. You don't need to answer it.
Oh, I appreciate that.
I'll release you from that.
If I may.
Let me go on to another. We asked you, can you tell us who donated these books? And we were told we don't keep records on who donates things.
That's correct.
Which I think is kind of strange. I know when somebody donated a statue or donates money, we keep track of that, but we don't keep track of who donates books. So how do we know who's trying to stick books into our library system if we don't track that?
Order, please. Order.
I can tell you the list that we have, if you look at the locations in the backup material, actually it's not 13 books. There are 20 titles that were given there, but some of these titles cover a couple of volumes of the same series. So it's actually 36 books that we've looked at. And if you look at it, they're from different libraries. So I'm not sure if somebody would go around and specifically try to place these things strategically so we didn't notice that they were all coming at one location. I'm not sure that that's the case, but usually
so they just show up on the doorstep?
Sometimes. And sometimes they show up.
And then we somehow feel obligated to put them into our system.
We don't feel obligated to put them into the system. We take a look at them. If we think that they're going to circulate and be of interest, then we would try to put them in the system to save taxpayers money where we would have had to purchase that. And so what we do is, when you look at all of these books, just to let you know, these books are in many, many libraries across the country. And largely they've actually agreed with where we put them at. And in any case that's a wobbler, that's what we have. Pardon? Largely
they've agreed.
Yeah, I mean, not every library has the same. Not every library has the exact same categories. For example, there was one series in there that when I went to look up, they had some of the libraries that I looked at had it cataloged just like us. Some of the libraries said it was adult. I had that pulled for internal review because we looked at it. We said, okay, this is something that's, a wobbler. They also have a category in some libraries called older teen. We don't have that category. We have YA, which covers like 12 to 17, 12 to 18. So, and if you're looking for 100%, that we're going to have 100% of the items that are in one system, and our system's going to be in another system, and that they're all going to be exact, that's not going to be the case. But with the vast majority, and even
in reality, that's all moot because we don't regulate who checks out what books. So it's irrelevant.
This is the way that the library district, at least since 1994, I believe since 1991, has operated. There are legacy members of the staff or retired members of the staff I could contact and ask if it had ever been different. But I have never heard from any staff.
I'm not really concerned about the history of it. I'm concerned about what's going on now.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairman.
Certainly.
Thank you. Supervisor Borelli has some questions.
Parents have no right to know what their children are checking out.
Those were the points that we need to do better. I think there's a way to get there. We need to get there because as a parent, that concerns me too.
The downside of the whole thing is an unjust system of rating. Basically, they're being graded by a left-wing group. Like the American Library Association, whose keynote speaker at their convention is Rachel Maddow.
Well, there it is right there.
Supervisor Borelli, do you have a comment?
Well, yeah, I did. Yeah, but the law says may, not shall. We don't have to accept these books. It says may, not must, not shall. The law says may. We don't have to accept these books.
We've got a number of people that have signed up to speak. Before we start, I know that there's some strong views on both sides of the issue, if there are both sides, or probably all over the place. But just asking for decorum. If somebody expresses a view that you don't necessarily agree with, no boos or anything like that, please. The first, we'll call you back up, Director. Thank you. First up is Armin Stain. Second on deck is Chuck DeShazier.
Good morning, Chairman, Supervisors. Armin Schlenger, Fort Mojave, aka the German. First of all, we have.
Speaking to the microphone, please. Thank you, sir.
Yes, I will. Trust me. Everybody's going to hear that. We have a plea to a librarian, and it is a neutral space according to the American Association of Librarians. So let's keep it neutral. Let's keep it gender neutral. Then I don't see that we have to push in the public library this gender queer stuff. It's supposed to be a safe place for children. Some libraries have a place. Some have for children to sit there and read their book. This gender queer does not fly very well with me and small children. If you want to have those books at home, buy them. Don't put them in the library. You know, and according to county code, it says they may accept. And I don't see where this is going, that the library gets books dropped off at the doorstep. The list is not going directly to the supervisor, so it can be looked at. This should be, the whole thing needs to be rewritten for the library. You know, the supervisors need to be more involved in what is going on in the library. And we are not restricting, we are not censoring the library. We're just keeping certain things out of a public space, the way it's supposed to be. You know, anybody who believes in whatever they want to believe in doesn't belong in a library. Like I said, there's adult bookstores. You can buy your book there. Don't keep it in a public library where the taxpayer pays for it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Chuck DeShazier. Dr. Rob Christensen, you're on deck.
Chuck DeShazier, 8778 Polaris Road, Topak, Arizona. I don't see this as a censorship issue at all because my wife was a librarian for 11 and a half years in Clark County, and it doesn't matter what we have in our libraries here. You can always go through an interlibrary loan program to get any book that you want from anywhere in the country. If you want to talk about censorship, we currently have filters on all of our computers in our library system. So therefore, if I wanted to go to a porn site or whatever, I'm not allowed to at any of our libraries, but you go across the river into Laughlin, they allow it. In fact, I would say they encourage it by putting the people watching porn at the very end of the computer system so that it's not disturbing to other people. I mean, you guys have a chance to accept or deny anything that gets donated. As I see it, you know, if my hypothetical Uncle Benny has a autographed collection of Hustler magazines for like 72 years or something and wants to make sure that it doesn't get destroyed and I donate it to Bullhead Library, you know, you guys have a chance to either say, yes, we'll accept it, or no, you won't. It's not a censorship issue. It has to do with community standards, and the people in this area, I don't feel, want certain books, and that's why they have you guys to talk for them. Thank you.
Dr. Rob Christensen. Carl Giesel, you're on deck.
Yes, Supervisors. I sent you all a letter dated February 19th on this issue, and in this letter I identified there are push-pull issues regarding library materials and censorship. And the 4 questions that I posed in the letter, if you read it, was, is the unintended children's policy being consistently enforced by Mojave County Library staff? Is the current age limit to read or view sensitive material set too young? Is there a guideline or policy that the Mojave County Library uses to define sensitive or inappropriate material for young patrons? And 4, is there a mechanism available to Mojave County Library staff to sequester sensitive or inappropriate material in the Mojave County Library building or website to ensure that young patrons cannot access it without parental consent? And the discussion I've heard so far is about as clear as mud. I do believe that parents have the right to monitor what their children read. I know as a practicing Roman Catholic, I wouldn't want my child, if I had a child, to read some inappropriate material. But at the same time, I don't want the county to promote censorship, because let's say you were all replaced by 5 liberals, and they decide, well, The Wealth of Nations by Adam Smith, let's say it's held in the library. I don't know if it is or not, but we want to take it out of the library because we don't agree with its position. So I personally believe that you all need to go to the Arizona State Legislature to get legislation drafted to change the policy where parents can look at what their children read and consume in the libraries. But at the same time, don't play censorship, because if the tables are turned, you might be censored. Thank you very much.
Carl Giesel. Scotty McClary, you're on deck.
I'm from Bullhead City. I'm rising to the microphone.
You could speak into the microphone, please. Thank you very much, sir.
My name's Carl Giesel. I'm from Bullhead City. I've lived there for about 40 years. I'm going to read a statement or a letter that I wrote from Mr. Letterman on this particular issue. The upcoming discussion on banning certain books from the Mojave County Library system is troubling to me. For Supervisor Gold to remotely feel he's qualified to tell the parent of any child that the child can read is abhorrent. My mother was a school teacher for over 30 years, and during that time frame taught essentially each grade level through high school. Her comments related to children reading was to get them to read anything, period. Because once they learn to read, once they begin to understand how reading is done, once they gain an understanding.
Speaking of the microphone.
Her comments related again to get to it. For example, the Harry Potter books. I think most of you are aware of that. To go with it, nice magical story. That series of books probably got more children to read than any other series of books in the last 30 years. I took the time to look at the Amazon entries for each of the books that Supervisor Gold wants to ban from the library. Some have gay-related themes that are part of the story. Some utilize a fantasy-themed story with magic and monsters as components of the writing. All of the Amazon descriptions had general discussions of the book contents, reader reviews, and had an age-defined field indicating who the target audience was. Things that a parent could use to decide if the book was appropriate for their child, not an elected official. From a basic civics point of view, elected officials are required to follow federal laws and state statutes. Policies and procedures provide the overall guidance and the steps used to meet them. The Mojave County Library Students has written policies and procedures related to collection development, including in those documents are the steps involved for removing books from the collection. Supervisor Gold, in my opinion, is attempting to bypass the entire process for, I suspect, political gain. I would urge you not to support the Supervisor's Gold attempt. During the meeting, I would encourage you to have Supervisor Gold list his specific reason for wanting to ban each of the books one at a time. Do not allow some generic statements like, I believe they are fostering the corruption of our youth through different points of views. Make him state it for every book. You know, the reality is that books by nature are somebody's going to be unhappy, somebody's going to be pissed off at what it says. The reality is people have to read those books, gain an understanding, and think for themselves. Any attempt by a politician or something to come into play leads to for lack of a better term, I'm managing you. I'm the government, I'm telling you what to think. I would again strongly encourage the board to not do that. Thank you.
Scotty McClure. Scotty McClure and Regina Marin, you're on deck.
Scotty from Bullhead. I want to make a disclaimer. I'm going to swear. So turn your TV
Don't
down.
swear. I'll gavel you down. Don't swear.
I'm not talking about the F word, Lingenfelter.
You give me that gavel, dude.
This is not about censorship. No one is preventing anyone from purchasing, reading, sharing, or discussing any book they want. Arizona statutes, all these idiots out here that have these Hanoi Jane signs need to read what the Arizona statute says. 11-914 states, the Board of Supervisors acting as the Board of Directors of the County Free Library District may receive, on behalf of the county, any gift, bequest, or device for the county free library and for any branch of subdivision. May, not shall, as Sonny stated earlier. The Board of Supervisors is not required to accept any donations. They don't have to have these books. We do not know who is donating anything to the library, and that is why the responsibility belongs to you five up here. Nobody else. Not me, not these clowns out here with the Hanoi Jane signs. Here's the problem. Which you guys are not a member of. You're not a member of the American Library Association for a reason. This is run by Sam, she's the head, Sam Helmick. They, them, the transgender bitch. There's my swear word. I'm sick and tired of these transgenders getting in our library. They're already in the girls' locker rooms, etc., etc., etc. I see down there, I go down to the library quite a bit in Bullhead, and I'm seeing these people in there. And I'm not going to say that, whatever. But they're sitting by the bathroom all day long. Why? Same people all day long. The American Library Association, they have their annual Chicago meeting June 25th. One opening general session speaker is Rachel Madcow. And then the closing general session is Mr. Wayne Brady. Why don't they have, RuPaul's probably going to be there with his kids. I'm sick and tired of this transgender bullshit in this county. Just had it. Ron is not censoring these books. It's a bunch of idiots out here that are here today. They don't understand what Ron did. You ought to be thanking Ron for bringing this to your attention of what's going on here. And Letman, I want to have you on the record as saying that you and Hilda did not donate these books anonymously.
No, we didn't.
Always entertaining. Regina Marin. Roy Hagemeyer, you're on deck.
Good morning. That's going to be hard to follow up.
You can speak into the microphone. We appreciate it. It's a little difficult for people to hear.
I'm just going to read a letter. My name is Regina Marin. I'm reading a letter from the author of The Beautiful Something Else. When I set out to write The Beautiful Something Else, in many ways, I wrote the book that my younger self needed to find at the library. At its heart, the book is about being fully accepted within supportive, safe friendships and how it's okay to be imperfect, make mistakes, and be seen as the most authentic version of yourself. This is my hope for my readers, that through the windows and mirrors provided through fiction, they notice the value of their own self-sovereignty and respect, and how to identify a welcoming community in which they are safe to explore, contribute their gifts, and truly thrive as both individuals and members of the greater whole. This all hinges on the truth that young people deserve to see themselves reflected in library books, a precious gift made possible by our First Amendment. Thank you for hearing my heart and for joining the voices raised in support of honoring books as tools for understanding the complex issue of growing up and selfhood. Much love and care, Alder Van Otterloo. Thank you.
Ray Hagemeyer. Kathy Arellano, you're on deck.
Good morning, Supervisors. First off, I would like to say that for the imperfect in this room, which is every single one of us, the best book you can read is the Holy Bible. I'm here this morning because of these books that's been donated to the Mojave County Library. This on the surface would seem to be great news, but it's also been revealed that some of these books are completely inappropriate for children of any age to be reading. This has been an ongoing problem in our nation for some time now, and government agency after government agency has ignored the public outcry against such abominations. We've all been tasked with protecting our children from harm, however this must be. We cannot allow people to cry this is censorship if we deny such garbage to be placed in our public libraries to win this battle. Let me give some very critical advice. It's up to you to take heed or to ignore and pay the consequences. Jesus Christ himself spoke these words, Matthew 18:6, "Whoever receives one such child in my name receives me, but whoever causes one of these little ones who believe in me to sin, it would be better for him to have a great millstone tied around his neck and be drowned in the depths of the sea." This is not only a warning from God, it is a mandate with severe consequences if ignored. As a public servant, you have been given the huge responsibility to protect our children. It is your duty to ensure that our children are not exposed to this kind of obscene, perverted, and ungodly material. Let me give you a lesson in reality. Homosexuality is a sin. Actually, God calls it an abomination. Leviticus 18:22, "You shall not lie with a male as with a woman. It is an abomination." And in addition, that the transgender lie comes from the very pit of hell. Let me tell you, you can take the human body, you can cut parts off, you can add parts to it, you can drug it, you can manipulate it, you can dress it up, you can dress it down, and whatever you might do to it, you cannot. Let me make perfectly clear, you cannot change what God has created. He made them male and female, and you cannot change that. This nation, under very poor leadership, has destroyed many thousands, if not millions of lives by endorsing the transgender lie. This body, the Mojave County Board of Supervisors, over the past 25 years, where I have lived, has made some very poor decisions. The law is often often misinterpreted, and we end up seeing people do what they want to do. Please do not do that today, for you will be held accountable for your actions, and I'm imploring all 5 of you to do the right thing for our children here in Mojave County and have these books not only removed from the library, but destroyed to ensure that no child is ever exposed to them. Let me close with this from a Revelation 21:8. All right, I will stop now.
Kathy Arellano. Jess Hawkins, you're on deck.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak for a minute. I do not have a lot of organized words. What I do want to say is that I am a parent, a grandparent, and a great-grandparent. And one of the most flattering things that I recently heard from my grown son is, "Mom, you didn't teach me what to think, you taught me how to think." And in that vein, I was the kind of parent that allowed my children to check out whatever they wanted from the library. I did not censor them, but I did pay attention to what they were reading. I think that censoring books and putting Christian values on what your choices are is wrong. It violates our freedom. Thank you.
Thank you. Teresa Evans is next, and then we have Brian Walter is on deck.
You guys said that I was next, so before this lady. So where am I at? Jess Hawkins.
Let's have Teresa Evans.
Okay, not a problem. Thank you. I'll be back. Promise. Yeah.
Hi, good morning. I'm Teresa Evans, and sometime in the mid-20th century, we moved to a place in Philadelphia that was right across the street from a library. And I was a happy camper because that's my second favorite place other than school at that time. I went to that library and picked out some books. Librarian, when she went to check me out, raised teetotal hell because I had picked a book from the adult section and refused to let me have it. Went home. My mom asked me what happened. I told her, "You have never seen a 4-foot Italian woman fly across the street so fast to tell the librarian what to do." She told her, "You do not ever censor my daughter. She may be 6 years old, but she has been reading since she was 3. And I will take the book, I will read it, and I will sit down and explain it to her why that book was not appropriate for her. You don't tell my child what to read, how to read, or when to read. I do that." Mr. Gould, have you ever read the Bible thoroughly?
I'm not here to answer your question. You have 3 minutes to make your statement.
Okay. The Bible is one of the most controversial books that has ever hit us. It is, on one side, the Word of God. And by the way, there's only one mention of homosexuality in Leviticus throughout the whole Bible. On the other hand, the Bible is supposedly the most pornographic, insidious book you ever want to read. Read the Song of Solomon and then tell me about censorship. Thank you.
Jess Hawkins. Jess Hawkins and Brian Walter, you're on deck.
All right, I want to make sure that everybody can hear me. My name is Jess Hawkins, and I am a retired library administrator. I also used to work at the Mojave County Library District here in Kingman. I have 30 years experience. Quote, "Censorship is the suppression of ideas and information that some individuals, groups, or government officials find objectionable or dangerous. Would-be censors try to use the power of the state to impose their view of what is truthful and appropriate or offensive and objectionable on everyone else. Censors pressure public institutions like libraries to suppress and remove information they judge inappropriate or dangerous from public access so that no one else has the chance to read or view the material and make up their own minds about it." That's from the American Library Association. I encourage this governing board to not be censors, but rather support the freedom of read and access to information. Parents decide whether to give their child a library card. They also decide what their child may or may not read. Children are not running around the library checking out materials that are inappropriate. That's why libraries have an unintended children policy, which this library has. If a patron does not like the content, they can return the item to the shelf or to the library. For a parent who reads something and they find that it's not inappropriate for their children, it is a teachable moment for them to take the time to discuss what it is that's the issue with their child. The library, as I said, already has policies in place for collection development reconsideration of materials, library cards, unintended children, and more. Librarians are degreed professionals with training. Let them do their jobs. Thank you.
Ryan Walter. Sharon Weber, you're on deck.
Hi there. My name is Brian Walter. I've been a resident of Kingman since 2001. I actually use the Kingman Library, and I've checked out some of these books. Forgive me, I'm very nervous. Mr. Lingenfelder wrote an op-ed this week talking about the slippery slope, that when you start censoring, you don't know where it stops. And I think this is a perfect example. And I think you supervisor, please think about what you're doing. Ron Gould came to this meeting and he said, there's this one book. It's terrible. It's got a trans person in it. I want it gone. Okay, he came back with a list of 20 books. 20 books, okay. But the vast majority of these books, I don't know why they're on this list. Less than about a third of the books that have been listed for removal, they have trans or gay characters. More than those kinds of books, Japanese manga is being taken out of the library. There are books with themes of wealth inequality. It's become 20 books, and the problem goes beyond that. Toilet-Bound Hanako-kan is not one book. It is many books. It has volumes, 17 volumes available to rent in our current library. So you're not getting rid of the 2 books, Toilet-Bound Hanako-kan, that have been donated. You're getting rid of 17 unique volumes. Soul Eater, that has the library has 24 individual volumes. You're not just rejecting one Soul Eater. You know, theoretically, you said you got one Soul Eater for donation, and there are already 24 on the shelf. Theoretically, you've gotten for donation number 25. That completes the set. The rest of these books have been on the shelf, and in some cases as long as, a dozen years. When you add up all these books, I mean, it really opens a gate. Do we want to open up the floodgates to have many different kinds of books removed, books that have already been on the shelf? I come here as a free speech absolutist. I do not want to see any books banned. Thank you.
Sharon Weber. Jane Morgaine, you're on deck.
There are 7 or 8 major groups around the country that have been formed that support censorship of books, particularly for children. They receive a lot of support and information from 2 right-wing groups, the Heritage Foundation and the Bradley Foundation, who often offer lists of books that they want removed or censored in libraries. First of all, I believe that censorship in any form of literature is a serious mistake, and it is un-American and unconstitutional. Not everyone feels the same way about this everything. Different people have different ideologies, different religions. They are people who have different histories attached to their culture and heritage. And many of these books about LGBTQ individuals and families, people of different races, Black people, Hispanics, Asians, people of different religions are under attack. This is inappropriate in itself. There are people who are LGBTQ, who are Black, who are yellow, who are red, who come from different cultures and have different thinking. They need to be represented in our libraries because they are represented in real life. If you want to take your kids, and you're welcome to as an individual, monitor what your children read and censor what they read, that's fine. You do not have the right to tell other parents what they are allowed to have their children read. It just is not, it's not constitutional. You have the right to freedom for yourself and choose freedom for yourself and your family. You do not have the right to force your thinking, your ideology, your religious beliefs on anyone else. In other countries, that may be true, but it still is not true in America. I am so sorry that there are individuals on the board who have serious issues with people in the LGBTQ community. That is their personal problem. It is not the problem of the public. The public librarians are trained in literature. They have degrees. How many of you have a degree in literature? Thank you very much.
Jim or Game? Kara Billups, you're on deck.
Good morning. My name is Jem Morgana. I am a Kingman resident. There are a lot of people who are speaking on a lot of issues. This is a very complex issue. I don't think it boils down to one thing or another. So what I'm here to speak on today is the fact that I have watched this board year after year believing that it is an extension of the party that elected you, that you legislate as an extension, in this case, of the Republican Party. You are elected in a partisan manner, but your presence is a governmental presence, not a party presence. And the work that you do is supposed to be about we the people, because that is supposed to be the core power of what the government is supposed to function for. Not we the party or we the voting base. It is supposed to be about governing for we the people. And that is not happening. And this is a very specific issue, that it is a partisan issue that is being brought before this governing board and trying to be legislated. It's government overreach in the most offensive way. So stop using the Board of Supervisors as a legislative extension of your party. Thank you.
Kara Billups. Sarah Ferry, you're on deck.
Hi, I'm happy to be here and get to address you this morning. My name is Kara Billups. I'm a resident of Kingman since 2018. I have children, I have grandchildren. We are a family of readers. When I was a child, my mom, who is in the audience, made the decision to not censor my reading. If I could pull it off the shelf at home or check it out from the library, I could read it. But what she did was discuss what I read with me. That was part of her parenting. That's what I did with my children, and that's what I do with my grandchildren. That's part of parenting, sitting down and talking about what they read. This is a parental issue, not a government issue. And I think that part of the problem here is that members of the board, particularly Mr. Gold, do not actually understand what it is to be LGBTQ. That is part of biology, it's part of nature. People don't randomly wake up and decide they're trans. Gender and sexuality are science. It's a very complex issue. It's not binary. If Mr. Gould would like to sit down and I can give him a reading list of scientific articles that explain this, that would be fantastic. You could probably even go through JSTOR, the library computer, and read about these. The library has a system of ensuring the safety of children that use it, and that is something that is not partisan. It is not a government issue. So no censorship. Stay in your lane, sir. Thank you.
This is my lane, man.
Sarah Ferry. Katrina Callahan, you're on deck.
Good morning, member of the boards. My name is Sarah Ferry, and I have been a resident of Kingman, Arizona since 1984. That's 41 years. I'm here today to speak not only for myself, but for the many members of our community that could not make it today because it is Monday morning on a work day. I'm here because we are deeply concerned by the proposal to bypass our established library policies to remove 20 books. In the backup material, page 26, it says 20, not 13. To show the scale of this concern, I have presented this morning to the clerk a petition signed by 588 Mojave County residents, and that was in under 1 week, just to show how much people do not support this. I also, additionally, I have 58 postcards that have been hand-signed and delivered, throughout the community. All asking you to protect our freedom to read. At this time, I would like to ask everyone here in the room who stands against this proposal to please stand up.
No, that's okay. Please direct your comments to the board. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
By moving to remove these books today, this board is setting a concerning precedent. If we allow the government to bypass professional policy to remove 20 books now, we open the door for any future government to remove anything they personally dislike later. Political values change, but our commitment to professional standards should remain constant. It's not the responsibility of the government to monitor what our children read. That is parental right. I urge this board to trust our professional librarians, respect the existing review process, and vote against this move towards government censorship. And I just want to take a moment with the rest of my time to say that there was some really unkind things said today up there and behind this podium. And if anyone is hurt by this, I just want to let you know that not everyone feels that way in our community, and you're not alone. Thank you.
Katrina Callahan. Carol Campbell, you're on deck.
So I heard y'all are looking to ban some books that have offensive content, and I happened to find one myself at the library that I think you should take a look at. There's some pretty vile stuff in there. I'll read a few parts so you know what I'm talking about. It says, "Happy is the one who seizes your infants and dashes them against the rocks. When he reached home, he took a knife and cut up his concubine, limb by limb, into 12 parts and sent them into all the areas of Israel. Now kill all the boys and kill every woman who has slept with a man, 18, but save for yourself every girl who has never slept with a man." And then, there she lusted after her lovers, whose genitals were like those of donkeys and whose emissions were like those of a horse. Wow, that's disgusting. I don't think children need to be reading this. Oh, wait, it's the Bible. Interesting. But in all seriousness, the point I'm trying to make is just because some books happen to offend Mr. Gould's delicate sensibilities should not mean that the rest of us be denied our own agency over what ourselves or our children choose to read in our public library. And in the words of Joe Godwin, a truly great library contains something in it to offend everyone. But think of the children. It's nothing more than a political dog whistle meant to play upon people's fears and well-meaning virtue so that they look the other way while their rights are taken. This book ban proposal is merely censorship and government overreach, and according to a recent poll in the Daily Miner, over 90% of residents in our county are opposed to it because they recognize it for exactly what it is. It's rare that people on both sides of the political aisle here, especially in our county, are in such agreement on a subject. And I hope one lesson that could be taken away from this is that intrinsically we share more in common than what divides us. Please keep this in mind, all of you, and recognize when politicians seek to weaponize your virtues to carry out their own agendas, and in this case, censorship, at every level of government, local, state, and federal. Book bans are a slippery slope that history shows will show us never leads to a good place. Matthew 7:1, judge not that ye be judged, and the one that matters most of all, Corinthians, do everything in love.
Thank you. Carol Campbell. Aaron Campbell, Aaron Roper, you're on deck.
Hello. My name is Carol Campbell. I live in Golden Valley, and I utilize the Kingman Library. Books are for information. They're for learning about other cultures, about other ways of life, other societies, history, science, all kinds of things. And perhaps they're to let people find either people they agree with or people that maybe they need to understand that they don't agree with. If you don't want your child to learn about something, that's your right. Unfortunately, sometimes that's might bite you because they'll learn it another way. And sometimes it's through other children. And sometimes that information is not very accurate. But my solution for you is don't give your child a library card. You go with them and you control what they take out. But I don't think it's right to keep other parents from letting their children read. Thank you.
Aaron Roper. Penny Holden, you're on deck.
Hello, my name is Erin Roper. I live at 7637 East Oxbow Drive in Kingman, Arizona, 86401. I am a librarian. I'm also the director of the Kingman Area Literacy Program and one of the District 1 representatives of the Library Citizens Advisory Committee. I have received emails, text messages, phone calls, and in-person feedback from Mojave County constituents, and the feedback has been overwhelmingly against government censorship of our libraries. Our community members believe parents should be in charge of deciding what their children should read, not the government. Additionally, Mojave County libraries are a public resource and used by members of the public for a multitude of reasons. For example, many of the titles on the proposed rejection list are very popular graphic novels, and graphic novels are an excellent tool for struggling readers of all ages, including adults and people with dyslexia. I respectfully request that the Board of Supervisors support the wishes and needs of the Mojave County residents, trust in the decisions made by trained library staff and the library director, and uphold the established library policies, procedures, mission, and vision by voting against item 41 as presented here today. Finally, as Mojave County begins a year-long celebration of the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, I urge the Board of Supervisors to uphold the freedom of the people in Mojave County to read and access information without government interference. Thank you.
Penny Holden. Misty Devaney, you're on deck.
Penny Holden, Kingman, Arizona. First of all, I want to thank Supervisor Ron Gould for having the integrity and the courage to stand for the children in this community. It is not about getting votes or campaigning for your next election. It's about doing the right thing. President Trump has shown this stance this past weekend and it will go down in the book of history of what happened this past weekend. As you can see, the position of supervisor is not always easy or has a clear-cut answer. But remember, you were voted into your position to do what was best for the community and the people living in it. With this said, kids are our future. Our kids are constantly being attacked. They are being exposed to so much these days in schools and elsewhere. This is why I feel it is important to provide a safe environment for our kids to go, a place where parents can feel comfortable taking their kids. No one is saying to parents they can't read those books to their kids or expose their kids to this type of material. If they so choose to do so, they can purchase these books on Amazon or many other platforms. We just don't want them to be available in our public libraries in the children's section. Make no mistake, the way in which you vote on this issue today will have a major effect on elections in the future. Thank you.
Misty Devaney. And Emily Halber, you're on deck.
Good morning. Thank you, supervisors. Reality is that the Library Association is an advisory. They have policy, they do not have law. We have not talked about distribution, and I am here speaking in strong support of your decision to reject the inclusion of certain donated books in Mojave County public library collections. Your actions align with established Arizona statutes designed to safeguard children from exposure to materials that may be deemed harmful or obscene, while respecting the discretionary authority vested in public library ministers to create collections responsibly. These materials that are already listed, by their nature, raise significant concerns under Arizona obscenity and child protection laws, particularly when made accessible in public library settings, frequently by minors unsupervised. Arizona Revised Statute, ARS, Title 13, Chapter 35, provides robust framework for addressing such conduct, especially ARS 13-3501 defines harmful to minors as any description or representative of nudity, sexual activity, sexual conduct, sexual excitement, or sadistic abuse that apply to the average adult, applying contemporary state standards with respect to what is suitable for minors, appeals to the prudent interest when taken as whole, portrays the description representative in tentatively offensive way, and taken as a whole lacks serious literally, artistic, political, or scientific value for minors. This definition is rooted in the U.S. Supreme Court's Miller versus California obscenity test as adapted for minors under Ginsburg versus New York, which empowers public officials to evaluate materials holistically. The identified books, with their explicit focus on sexual identities and abusive relations involving minors, could reasonably be interpreted as appealing to a manner offensive to community standards, particularly given their intended audience of young children. Moreover, such contact predominates without substantial redeeming value tailored to minors' developmental needs. It falls squarely within statutory probation. This is a 4-class felony. Completing the definition of 133506 makes it unlawful for any person with knowledge of items' character to recklessly furnish, provide, make available, dispute, lend to minors any item harmful to minors. And there's much more, and I'll get that to you guys so you can know.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Emily Halber. Russell Cox, you're on deck.
Good morning. I'm Emily Halber. We're talking about what may or may not be potentially harmful to children. So I'm going to go ahead and make clear what these 20 books are. I've reviewed most of them or read and done thorough research on the rest of them. So let's just break these up into sections. The first section is 4 titles that are mystery books. It's Nancy Drew. That's what it is. There's literally no inappropriate, explicit, or sexual content. So I'm going to go ahead and scoot those off as being relevant to being harmful to children. The next, which is going to be 7 titles, are manga, which is Japanese comics. Haikyuu is about high school volleyball. That's it. No violence, no romance, no controversy. It's a sports story. My Hero Academia is a story about teenagers that have superpowers becoming heroes to help their community. It's super famous across the country. Toilet Bound Hanako-kun is a ghost story set in a school. It's spooky, funny, and rated teen. Kaguya-sama Love is War is a rom-com where 2 students refuse to be the first to confess their feelings to one another. It's sweet, rated teen, funny, and it's not remotely homosexual. It's a same-sex romance. Now, a couple of the manga titles, Soul Eater and Wotakoi, do have a higher age rating from their publishers, 16 and 18 plus respectively. And do you know what the right response to that is? It's just to make sure that they're shelved in the right section. That's what librarians do. The answer to an age rating concern, again, is proper shelving. But I keep coming back to Haikyuu, the high school volleyball manga. If that's on the removal list because it's high school volleyball, somebody isn't reviewing these titles. So I'm going to go ahead and elaborate on the remaining 9 titles because I think that's what we're all here to talk about because they have LGBTQ plus characters. I also want to note that all 20 of these books on this list have not been flagged by the ALA's Association for concerning or controversial content. None of these are on a contentious list. These are just regular books. So I want to know where these books, this list came from. But 2 of these 9 books that refer to LGBTQ plus characters, none of them contain sexually explicit content. Not one of them. 2 of them, L. Campbell Wins Their Weekend and Beautiful Something Else, are scholastic middle grade novels published by the same company that publishes Diary of a Wimpy Kid and Harry Potter. Speaking of Harry Potter and magic, the rest of the YA books are about witches, magic, and adventure, where one of the characters just happens to be gay or bisexual. The stories are about courage, identity, justice, and growing up. And I know some folks in this room may not agree with the values represented in those books. I respect that. But here's what I'd like you to consider. There are kids in this community right now who are gay, bisexual, or questioning. And those kids walk into this library hoping to find one book, just one, where someone like them exists. And I'm not speaking from theory here. Study after study, including research cited by the CDC, has found that LGBTQ plus teenagers who have access to affirming materials in their schools and libraries report lower rates of depression, fewer experiences of bullying, and better outcomes overall. These aren't advocacy groups writing this or saying this. These are medical and psychological researchers.
Thank you. Russell Cox. Russell Cox, and then the last speaker on deck is TJ Finn.
Hello, thank you, Board.
You can speak into the microphone. Thank you, sir.
Sorry. I didn't think I was going to be speaking. I am in opposition to censorship, but I'm more wanted to talk about the logistics. If you have a book, from what I understand from the head librarian, is that if you have a book that's donated, there's 3 outcomes that could possibly come about from that. It either goes in the trash because it's unsalvageable. It goes to a book sale where it raises funds for the county. Or if the librarian thinks it would be a value to the collection, that goes into the collection. I'm just wondering if we were to censor or take away the ability of a donation of a particular book, even if the librarian still thinks that that book would be a value to the collection, they could use county or librarian funds to purchase the book. So I'm not really seeing what the purpose of censoring at the donation level would be, anyways, other than raising the cost to county taxpayers. So they're just sort of a logistics issue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. TJ Finn.
Good morning to the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is TJ Finn. I'm a
I'm a licensed attorney. I'm a veteran. I'm a resident of Kingman. And I just wanted to stop in to just voice the concern that imposing a moral viewpoint by removing books from a library with which the board may disagree is just a blatant violation of the First Amendment. So I know you have a county attorney to advise you on these things, and I think having done a little research on it, I think it's not even close. It's pretty straightforward. The Supreme Court of the United States established in the case of Island Trees School versus Pico that boards may not remove books from school library shelves simply because they dislike the ideas contained in those books and seek by their removal to prescribe what shall be orthodox in politics, nationalism, religion, or other matters of opinion. That's a Supreme Court of the United States case. The Ninth Circuit has reaffirmed that same case, applying the principles in cases such as Birch versus Barker, in which the court recognized that the library's role is the embodiment of a marketplace of ideas, and that boards cannot deny students access through the library to ideas with which the school board, or the board in this case, disagreed. This is all known as viewpoint discrimination, based on a viewpoint such as opposition to LGBTQ plus content. Viewpoint discrimination is a much more blatant violation than content-based discrimination and is generally subjected to strict scrutiny. This is, again, the Supreme Court of the United States in the case of Vidal v. Elster. The Ninth Circuit has consistently held that viewpoint-based suppression of speech in a designated public forum is impermissible under the First Amendment. So I just think this is a waste of the board's time to try to impose any kind of moral viewpoint by censoring books in the library. Not only is it a waste of time, I'm sure you could find better things to do. It's just blatantly illegal. It violates the First Amendment, and it gives the library patrons standing to bring suit against the county for violating the First Amendment. So I'm strongly against it. I would urge the board to not do that. And again, thanks for your time.
That was our last speaker. We're going to go back into board discussion. Supervisor Gould, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Attorney, can you come on back up? Currently a member of the Bar Association in Arizona.
I am indeed.
You misstated the facts in your opening portion of your statement when you spoke of books being removed from the library. These books are not yet been on library shelves because they're being accepted for donations. You might want to check your facts.
Sure, I understand that. I don't think I stated that any facts in this case, but there's not a relevant difference between removing books and blocking them from the library based
I would believe that there is, sir.
Well, I think
also, the court cases you're talking about were school cases, and the court also let you limit what children see. Since our library does no age verification on books, then any book that's in the library is subject to what a child might see.
Sure. I think you're fine.
On you because you came up and said you're an attorney.
Yeah, indeed. And I don't mind responding to that because there is not, in fact, a significant difference between removing books from a library and blocking books from the library when it's a viewpoint-based discrimination. The courts are going to treat those exactly the same. So it's going to run afoul of the First Amendment either way.
What's the first word of the First Amendment? Actually, what's the first word of the First Amendment?
I don't have the First Amendment.
Congress shall make no law. This isn't
Sure.
Congress, buddy.
Yeah, but you do understand that trickles down to all levels of government.
Only from an incorrect interpretation of the 14th Amendment.
Right. I mean,
Exactly.
I suppose you're welcome to, take the county on a wild goose chase and try to expand the powers of this board to impose moral viewpoints on the people of the county. I mean, that seems like a massive waste of time and resources, but if that's your personal crusade, you're welcome to undertake it, but I think that there's a lot of people that are prepared to resist that as well.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I want to say on everybody in the auditorium that made time today on a Monday morning when you could be at work, thank you for coming and sharing your views on this. And I appreciate Supervisor Gould for bringing this up because it does bring some issues to my attention that are important to me regarding bolstering strict parental controls in our libraries. It's not agendized today, but you can be sure that there's going to be future additional items on the board agenda on that topic because it's very important to me. I appreciate all the views that were expressed today. Being a county supervisor is not an easy job because I might feel a certain way personally and religiously and about how I want to parent my kids and what I think is appropriate and not appropriate. But it's not really my duty to push my views on you. That's just my own opinion. I believe in small government and I believe in the central importance of the family. And I want to make sure that we have absolutely strict parental controls in our libraries to help with that as a parent. Aside from that, I don't want anybody else coming into my home to make a determination for my kids, and I don't want to do it for your kids either. I think that we need to make sure that there's really strict parental controls that are refreshed annually so that parents understand exactly what their kids have access to and what they can and cannot check out and what they can and cannot view. That's what I want to see. I think everybody in this room, no matter where you sit on this topic, we all pay the library district tax. All of us do. And I think all of us in this room can walk into the library and find titles that we don't like. So where's the bright line, right? And I know maybe it's a bad analogy, but I don't know, maybe some of you remember the interview that Don Lemon did with Elon Musk when he was pushing moderation and saying moderation is just a PR word for censorship, and where's the bright line, right? Like, is it illegal? If it's illegal, we don't carry it. But if you do anything otherwise, you're kind of putting your thumb on the scale. I would feel better about this if we have a process. If every one of these titles went through the process, I think that they all deserve a due process, and then a determination can be made on each one of those titles individually. That's just my view. We'll see what the board says. Supervisor Borelli.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And to your point, and you said parental controls, and a lot of the folks out here made that comment that this is up to the parents. It's up to the parents to choose and approve of what their children read. And that's the problem. There's the conundrum there. Because the parents don't have a right to know what these children are checking out or they're reading. So therefore, the parent has been undermined through the system. So no, I have no problem. And you talk about process. This is about process and classification. If these books remain in the library and were put in an adult section, and if the parent wanted to check it out and hand it to their child, hey, all power to you. I think that's options equals freedom. So a lot of the arguments that have been made here and statements are a little bit off because it's about the process. But what I find more troubling is the enthusiasm and passion of adults literally approving and grooming and sexually into a sexual lifestyle orientation of children. And this is what's mind-boggling. We already have a ban on books for children. They can't read pornography unless they're 18. I've been dealing with this in the state Senate. We actually had a textbook that if I were to open it up with all the illustrations, And if I would have turned it to the audience, I'd have been arrested and thrown in jail for exposing children to pornography. That was a school textbook. So we do have controls. And it's amazing that today, all the librarians here today didn't even mention that today is Read Across America Day. I find it ironic. Nobody even promoted that. But the real troubling part is that grown adults are literally in favor of grooming children into sexual orientation and a lifestyle. It's wrong.
Order.
It's just flat out wrong. Because that's what they're actually promoting. No, these children should be reading all this stuff. No. Parents have a right to grab that book and they want to check it out and hand it to their kid, go right ahead. That's up to you. I think these things need to be classified in a different area so that way they're not easily acceptable to minor children. That's my opinion.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Martin, thank you.
Yes, I got a little different idea about all this, guys. I really do. It's a very complicated and it's very conflicting for me because I have my personal convictions, my religious convictions, but then again, I prayed and I said, hey, give me some guidance on this. Do I have the right to say to a group of people, and I know no matter how this goes, half's going to be unhappy, this half's going to be unhappy. There's no fix on this, and we know that. But when I looked at this, when I prayed on this, I said, tell me what's the right way to go. I had a thought in my mind about books getting burned in Germany before World War II. I saw that, and I don't know why that came to me, but it did. And then I said, but you know, I don't want kids exposed to this. I don't. That's my personal. But I'm not dealing with my personal because I don't have a right to impose upon the other parents all over my views. If they want to embrace my views, okay, we'll embrace them together. But thinking about it and looking about it, I think this is more of a First Amendment issue than anything. This is America. We have a right to speak how we feel. And the fact that you may advocate for something that I personally don't believe into, I don't think it's my business to say you're wrong and I'm right, so therefore you got to agree with what we're saying here. What I'm saying is, I really have thought about this, and I think we have a system. I think there's a system in the library where we have paid librarians, we have paid staff. I don't think I have time as an individual supervisor to go to the library and look and review every book that is donated to that facility. That's not my job. I don't think that's what I was hired for. Now, some will say, well, that's what you were hired for. Okay, I accept that. You believe that. I don't believe that. So what I'm saying is I understand this is really tough. And really is. It's hard for me to say I was brought up this way, but yet I understand what the other side is saying. And again, two positions, both well stated. I mean, you could look at either side and say you've made a great case for what you believe and what you don't believe. And what I'm just sharing with you now and what I'm sharing with the board is my belief that I think we have in place right now through our library director, through our library staff, that I trust them to look at this stuff that gets donated, and they can look at it and see where they think it goes. Then if they find something just horribly offensive or whatever, they've always got the option to bring it to the library board, to bring it to us. So what I'm saying today is I understand. I really do. It's really complicated, but I really believe that, and I have my trust in our library director and our librarians and our library staff, and that's where I'm going with it.
Supervisor Gould, do you have a comment?
Mr. Chairman, I move that these donations be accepted with the exception of the 13 books on the list.
You've heard that motion. Do I have a second?
I'm going to go ahead and second now.
Additional discussion? Any additional discussion? Yes. Supervisor Lettman, thank you.
A couple of items. I would like us to continue to debate this. So this comes down to me about intellectual freedom versus local control and community standards. So I was wondering if I would like one or two of the speakers to come back up. You don't have to. This is voluntary. But Jess Hawkins, would you? I have some questions I wanted to ask. I thought your statements were eloquent and well stated, but so maybe you can educate me a little bit. So school boards' jobs versus library boards' jobs.
Sure.
Same when it comes to content in libraries?
Well, first of all, let me share with you that my background includes school, public, as well as academic librarianship, and I've had an opportunity to work in all three environments. And each library system has a collection development policy, which helps guide in the selection. So you really can't compare what a school board does to what you do, because you have school versus public, two differently, and I'm talking about libraries here, two totally different systems. With a school library, you have classes that come in with students, they check out materials. In a public library setting, parents come in with their children and they check out materials together, and they, take those materials home. And so the statement about parents not knowing what their children are reading, that's not quite true, because parents have the opportunity, they're right there with them, and if they are not certain, they should take a moment to read more about the book that they're questioning, read the book in its entirety before giving it to their children. So each library system has different reporting agencies, and so you really can't compare a school library board with the county board, because they're two different. Your constituents are different. The people that you're serving are different.
Okay, so should we as elected officials, and we're the library board, should we be allowed to reflect what we may interpret as community standards on the library?
Well, the library has a policy in place, and I would highly encourage this board to review that policy. And if there are some changes that need to be made, certainly work with the library director and make them. But there are policies in place. But I would also encourage this board, if you are looking at making changes to collection development policies, for example, it would behoove this agency to explore what other public libraries are doing, because a lot of their policies are online and you can access them and review them, which will help in the guidance and direction.
I guess maybe I misstated the question. Let me rephrase it this way. So
Sure.
My district I would call pretty conservative, okay? And I believe the community standards, okay, for most of the people who voted for me and live in my district would probably closely reflect Supervisor Gould's point of view. I mean, that's just Bullhead City. Okay,
Sure.
That's the way it is. So should I be allowed as a director of the library district, should that be a factor in my decision making on this?
Well, I want to say, of course, you do consider what the community's wants, and needs are. most libraries even have a suggestion a suggestion process where anyone in the community can suggest materials to be added, and then the committee looks at that and decides whether or not to add it. So yes, community input is vital in making sure that you have a well-balanced collection that represents a variety of viewpoints. That's, a balanced collection is key.
Okay.
Because you don't want it to be, if you want it to just be one perspective, then that's where you do a special library and have it just be a special topic. But it's a public library, which means you should have materials that benefit everyone in the community and not just a certain group, whichever group that should be.
Okay, I understand. So, Jess, are there any books that should be not allowed in the library? I mean, I've heard several people here say nothing should be censored. I mean, there's some obvious state statute requirements. Are there any books?
Well, I would say that that's not necessarily an easy answer, because you have, obviously, there are building restrictions, right? You would love to have every single title in your library, but you just can't do it because of budget, space, etc. But that's where interlibrary loan comes into play. So my open response to that would be, yes, they should be added. And if it's not in your collection, you can get it through interlibrary loan.
Okay,
but
so let
what
me
we
throw
are talking about here, these are anime books. The majority of books that are on this list, and they are part of collections. So when you're talking about withdrawing one or two, you are talking about having to remove a 20-volume series that is a graphic novel. And that just doesn't, and these materials are not sexually explicit. So the sexual explicit thing has gone way too far here.
Okay, I understand, but what I heard by several speakers today was no censorship of any kind. So let me throw a couple out there at you. Should we restrict or censor books that advocate violence against women?
Well, I would tell you that there are books in the collection right now that talk about that.
Okay.
I mean, because you read works of fiction, and there's violence in books. So that's, your question is just very kind of far-fetched.
No, I don't think so at all.
It's broadly reached.
What about a book that, it's in the content, but blatantly advocated anti-Semitism? Should that book be allowed in the library?
Books, there are books that, a balanced collection, you should have both sides of an issue.
Okay, well, I'm going to disagree with you on that one.
And that's okay. But the point about this too is when library professionals, when they suggest materials, they're not just suggesting books without doing any research. There are review magazines, there's sources that librarians use to ensure that they are choosing books that represent a wide variety of viewpoints that are acceptable.
Okay, so
those reviews are out there, which help guide us, and along with placement of the materials, whether it's young adult or whether it goes in an adult collection. So those materials are already in place.
Okay, so that's well stated by you. I'm going to disagree with you. In fact,
That's okay.
I think
that's what's great about America, right? We can respectfully have.
So I've invited you to come
on
up and answer. Going back, so what about a category of books I would find particularly objectionable would be books that would advocate violence against gays and lesbians. Okay, should that be in the library?
Well, again, you're talking about there are books in collections that they're works of fiction, and they will talk about those things. And so it's just important for everyone to read and become educated. What you're saying is that it sounds to me like you're saying, okay, we're going to have a book that has a title on there that this is how you can batter women. Well, that kind of material, a librarian is not going to select material that addresses that kind of specific answer. They're going to make sure it's a well-rounded thing, well-rounded topic.
Books that would talk about harm to animals. No, not come on.
Rich,
Order,
I think
please.
you're stretching here. You're waiting for me to say something.
No, I'm not. Actually, I'm enjoying
this
the back and
librarian
forth.
is
My point is, I'm
censoring.
headed down a path that says, several of the speakers said nothing should be censored in this library. And I'm telling you, I think there are some areas, not necessarily those books on that list, but there are categories of book content that I don't want in my library. And I'll tell you what several of them are, okay? Again, books that suggest that it's okay to practice violence against women, children, in fact, any human, I don't want it in my library. Books that are blatantly anti-Semitic and suggest that's okay. Okay? No, I know that. Okay. So there are categories. That's my point. So anyway,
the whole point of this whole discussion is once you start removing books from the library, then you're going to go into the library, you're going to see something and it's, oh my gosh, there's a couple of cuss words. I think this has got to be removed.
No, that's a misrepresentation of what I'm saying.
Well, that's what you're doing to me right now.
Okay.
And so I'm just sharing with you that
And I appreciate
the problem with censoring or removing materials is that everyone's viewpoint is a little different. So when it comes to collection development, librarians are very respectful, they are trained, and they are degreed, and they select materials that best represent the community that they serve, in addition to having a wide variety of opinions, including representing marginalized groups. There are people in our society that are marginalized, and they have a voice too.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I have other points. So I'm not, if I can have a little more time.
Please. President Lettman.
So we were talking a lot about the books on the list, and the one book that started it all was The Beautiful Something Else. And of course, I've heard nobody say that they've actually read the book. I did. I read it over the weekend, okay? And so I took a peek at it, and I'm just going to tell you, I'm not going to go through my concerns about the book. I have a lot of concerns about the book, especially as appropriate for an 8-year-old or a 10-year-old to read this. All I'm going to tell you is I wouldn't put this in the youth library section of the library. Okay, so there is just a lot of material in here that I just don't buy. Okay, and I have concerns about it. And I want to let you know that.
Thank you, Supervisor.
I thought, I'd like to interrupt for just a moment.
You've already had your turn to speak. We're not, you're out of order just coming up to the podium. I'm sorry. You've had your time to speak.
The supervisor asked those of us who spoke before if we had,
Do you have questions?
No, I had a question for Jess.
Thank you very much.
To her.
Okay.
You'd like to
I thought she was a very eloquent
Yeah, she did, but
Thank
I
you.
do have one question for you.
Ma'am, you're out of order. I need to ask you to go back to your seat. Thank you very much.
Now I know what I'm going to vote for.
Okay, thank you. It's just the rules. It's nothing personal to anybody that's in this room, okay? Any other comments? We do have a motion in a second. I do want to say something, and I want to put it on the record. I read some stuff on social media that was really ugly this weekend. That there's some people out there, a small group of people that are trying to inflame this issue and say that I don't like Supervisor Gould, and they're trying to pit supervisors against each other, and I don't agree with that at all. I don't appreciate that. I have nothing but respect for Supervisor Gould. I've served with him. This is my 6th year of serving with him. We debate issues. All of us debate issues. I have nothing but respect for all of these men up here. I've not said one bad thing about Supervisor Gould. I appreciate him bringing this to the agenda. Maybe not for these books, but because I think that this is something that's important. The categorization in the library and the strict parental controls, those are 2 issues that are very important to my district office, and I think that I need to roll up my sleeves, or we need to roll up our sleeves, and we need to make sure that it's exactly the way we want it as a board. Since we are the board of the library, I'm going to be looking into that. The other thing that just rubs me wrong on this, or the way that this is going, I'm not saying that I agree with every single one of these books that have been noted. I'm going to go back to COVID. So I own a vitamin C company. We sell nationwide. And I remember during 2020 and 2021, for my vitamin C company, I made public posts on social media channels, and I got deplatformed. I got canceled. I had to go into social media timeout because I was talking about a viewpoint about keeping your immune system healthy that went against the COVID shots for kids. And the frustrating part of that was that there was no due process for those decisions. It was just a decision made, and I didn't have any due process as a business owner to say why they may have gotten it wrong. And I kind of feel it kind of strikes me, this issue, the same. I mean, we all pay the library tax, and so maybe we would end up at the same place as we are today with every single one of these titles. But I feel weird about getting rid of all these books without each one of these going through some sort of a due process. As a conservative, I believe in the rule of law, and I think that we have processes for a reason. I'd feel a lot better about it if all of these titles individually went through a public process, a due process. And then if they came again before the library board on an individual basis, well, probably some of them aren't going to even get it into circulation.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Lettman.
So follow up on that. My sense is this motion will probably fail. Okay. However, if it does fail and the books are accepted into the system, I would certainly ask that all 20 of those books go through the process of being reviewed by a committee.
Oh, absolutely. I would support that.
I mean, I'll at least challenge one of them.
Well, so that's my view. All of us could find titles in the library that are offensive, but libraries are a collection of ideas. It does just because there's a book in the library doesn't mean that it's an endorsement of all the thoughts in that book. Sure. Supervisor Borelli.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And at the end of the day, the question remains: who watches the watchers? So.
Yeah, my point exactly. That's why we need to have, in my view, the family is central to this, and small government is central to this. And so we have to do everything that we can to make sure that the collection is put where it's supposed to go in the appropriate places, and then we have to have absolute strict parental control policy. And I don't think that we're there yet. I think that there's holes in what currently exists, and I'd like to see those be strengthened in favor of parents. Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've shown that our library has no process of control over what books get checked out to children. We have books that I feel are inappropriate to children. We have no controls. We should at least reject those books until we have control. Because essentially what you're doing, it doesn't uphold parental rights to end run the parent. If your kid can go in a liquor store and get the guy to give him the wrapped up magazine off the back saying, oh, well, it's just free speech. And you're going to be angry at that liquor store clerk, I'm sure. And really, this is no different because you're not allowing the parent to control this child. You're end running that parental control. And that's my concern. I frankly don't care what anybody reads. Read whatever you want to read. But the things that are in our uncontrolled library should be appropriate for children because we have no control over it. They will check out anything to anybody that walks in with a library card. You have to be 11 to be in there. We verified that. We made phone calls to verify that. They will go ahead and check out a book to 11-year-old, check out a video to 11-year-old, no matter what it is. That is my concern. I frankly don't care what adults read. I really don't. But I do care what gets put in the hands of children, and I do care when concerned parents have their parental rights end run, especially by the government, because I don't pay library taxes willingly. Essentially, the board will take my property if I don't pay for the library. So in the end, it's force. So you're forcing me to participate in a system that I don't appreciate because it undermines parents. That's my concern.
Supervisor Gould, if I might reply to you, I think that we're on the same page when it comes to parental rights, and it's not right if currently parental rights are if there's an end run around that process, that's wrong. I think that we need to correct that immediately. I think the thing that bothers me, if there's anything that bothers me about this, is that all these books haven't gone through any sort of a due process. This
is their due process.
Okay.
So we are the due process. We're
ultimately,
the process that's laid out by statute. This is the due process. Due process means the process you are due. It doesn't mean that we have hearings on everything. Those authors were perfectly capable of coming down here today if they so chose. But they chose not to do it.
I think the distinction for me as a policymaker would be, and maybe where I'm not articulating correctly, is that if it goes through the established process, we would have a little bit more background information about the criteria that were used to judge the book, whereas right now I don't know exactly what criteria were used to disqualify all of these books.
You also had a member of the public come in and appeal books that were on the shelf. None of them were removed from the library. I find that rather hard to believe, which to me seems to be that they're not getting their due process. They probably weren't advised they could take to the Board of Supervisors either, which we've seen happen before. That they don't know that the appeal process is the supervisors.
Director, is that published anywhere?
Well, certainly in the policy, yeah. It's I can read for you the policy. Give me 1 second.
I think to Supervisor Gould's point, a policy doesn't do any good if nobody understands that it exists.
Okay. Point 8 says individuals not satisfied with the outcome of the review have the right to appeal to the Mojave County Board of Supervisors, sitting as the Mojave County Library Board of Directors. That's on our website.
We have a motion and a second. I'm going to call for the vote if there's no additional discussion.
You get a roll call.
You bet. Madam Clerk, would you take us through a roll call vote, please? And would you read actually, I don't think you need to read. Does everybody understand the motion? Okay. If you'd read us through a roll call, thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Lettman?
Yes.
Supervisor Borelli?
Aye.
Supervisor Martin?
No.
Supervisor Gould?
Aye.
Chairman Lingenfelter?
I'm going to vote no just because I think that there should be due process for all these books.
Okay. So it passes 3-2.
Thank you, everybody, for your time.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. The motion was for 13 books. There were 20 in the backup materials on a list. There are 36 total that have those titles, and some of these were part of a series. And I should mention to you that of the 36 items questioned, 21 already have copies in our system. So these are just additional copies, and these copies, these donations are actually currently on shelves. And I just wanted to let you guys know that.
I don't know that that's germane, though.
I don't think that these books that you're talking about in your item are in circulation yet.
Yeah, they are, sir.
I don't know if we can do that since this was the accepting of Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould?
The item before us is the acceptance of donated books.
Correct.
So it would limit it to the acceptance of these donated books.
Correct.
But
not the books that are currently on the shelf in the library.
That's correct. The books that are before you are actually on the shelves. We accept them on behalf of the board and then bring it to them twice a year. This is the way that if I remember, it's always been done. In fact, it's only within the last 7 or 8 years that we've actually even bought lists. They used to, if I'm understanding it correctly from staff, they used to just bring the amount, the value, and the number of books. And then I believe one of the supervisors started asking for lists. And I may be incorrect in that.
Should not be on the shelves of the library if we have not accepted them.
Well, there is, okay, this is the way that it has been done.
It's kind of like, Dad, I took the car and crashed it, but I forgot to ask for permission.
Yeah, but we have a countywide policy about accepting things on behalf of the board without bringing it to you that are under the value of $100. And I can't tell you whether any one of these donations, I don't believe any of them are over $100. And then we report those to you on a semi-annual basis. But we had always done it, they had always done it that way for materials.
Then I would think you need to go grab those books and box them up and take them off the shelves. Because we just...
And would we, what would be the final disposition? I'm just for staff, what is the final disposition of those books that they're pulling off the shelves?
Return them to the donors.
We don't have...
Attorney Chavez, do you have a chime in on this?
Yes, Chairman. So basically, if the library director has concerns about the other books, I will ask him to bring out those books in front of the board again for next agenda, because this item is only for the these books today. It's nothing about the books on the shelf right now.
They've already put the books that we're getting approval for on the shelf.
Mr. Chairman, board
Andrew
members.
Alters, thank you.
The board considered the item. The board voted to not accept those books, period. So we will take them off the shelves, and we will, if we know who the donor is, we will contact them and return the books that the board voted on today. And for those that we don't know who the donor is, we will use the existing process to donate them ourselves or to see if somebody else is interested in them, and we will return them or find a placement for them in the proper ways that we have available to us.
Supervisor Borelli, you have a question for the director?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Director, thanks for being here all morning. Are these books in the children's section?
Depends on the book. I believe it's 4 of them are in the J section. Quite a few of most of them are in the YA section or YA graphic novels section, which is like a teen section.
You're 8? Is that what you said?
Pardon?
You said Y8?
YA young adult. Sorry, young adult section. Like a teen section.
But they're still under
Teens
age.
that are adults are 18 and 19-year-olds.
Should go in the 18 plus.
Yep.
Okay, I think we've
need to work on
gone through that item.
But just for clarification, which 13? Because there are 20 on the list and potentially 36.
How do you get to 36? You have multiple copies of
Yeah,
the same book.
if you say, for example, the My Hero Academia, there are 5 of those. The Brothers Hawthorne, there's 1 copy that's paperback and 1 copy that's hardcover. So there are 36 separate items that are associated with the list of 20 that was submitted in the backup.
It would be if there's multiple copies of the same book, they all need to get rejected.
And the copies that have either been purchased by the library district or accepted previously as donations?
It's not volumes. It's not on this item.
Okay.
All we're doing is rejecting the donated books.
Okay. So all 36.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move to consent. Supervisor Martin, are there any items that you'd like to remove off of consent today?
Item 20, item 24, and item 30.
Thank you. Supervisor Borelli. Supervisor Gould.
Did item 30, but I think Supervisor Martin already got that one.
Yes.
Okay.
Supervisor Lettman.
I have no items.
Thank you, and I'm going to remove item number 32. I'm looking for a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented, minus items 20, 24, 30, and 32.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you. We'll move to item number 26. Approve the appointment of Reed Weisberg as Judge Pro Tempore for the Superior Court in Mojave County as requested in Administrative Order 2026-10. Oops. I'm sorry, Board. I meant to go to item number 20.
20.
Item number 20, approved donation of roofing and flooring materials valued at $5,980 from Kingman Route 66 Rotary Club to enhance the building facility at Recreation Area 3 in Walpai Mountain Park. Supervisor Martin.
I would like to know exactly, it says roofing and flooring materials, but is there some sort of a plan that has been put together that these materials are going to be used for?
Director Latowski.
Good morning, Chairman Lingenfelter, members of the board, Supervisor Martin. The Kingman Rotarians have long been active in the maintenance and donation of materials for the Walpai Mountain Park rec areas. So included in the backup is a schedule of materials that are being provided for staff to install. So roofing shingles and the underlayment roof material, as well as plywood if there's any rotting plywood that has to be replaced, as well as flooring materials. So the idea would be for those materials to be donated to the Parks Department and then the park staff facilitate.
Mr. Latowski, I looked at the backup materials and I saw the items that are, what I was asking is, have we formulated a plan to use those items, or are we just going to start and go as we go?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Martin, it is every expectation that we would have a work plan set in place then to make the allotted time and dedicate the required staff to make those.
And you will bring that work plan to us?
Supervisor Martin, yes, we can certainly make the board aware of when that work would be scheduled and at the time frame by which it'll be carried out. Be happy to do so.
Motion to approve.
Second.
For that motion, second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you. Item number 24, approve amending all active I-40 water system connection and water service agreements to increase the water rate from $3.09 per 1,000 gallons to $3.69 per 1,000 gallons, and establishing a base rate of $50 per month for water meters of 2-inch or less diameter and $100 per month for water meters over 2 inches diameter starting July 1st, 2026, fiscal year 2027. Further approve 5% water rate increase annually on July 1st of subsequent fiscal years. Supervisor Martin.
Yes, again, Mr. Latowski, if you could, now, you're proposing to raise the water rate 60%? Or is it, or 20%? 20%, I think.
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Martin, the proposal from staff is to raise the existing commercial water rate for 8 of our customers. This excludes Griffith Energy. Griffith Energy is in a cost-sharing agreement with the county. But for other 8 customers, from $3.09 to $3.69 per 1,000 gallons.
And why is that?
Very good question, and this comes really at a good time really to consider this, considering what has happened financially in the markets over the last 5 years or so, and that is really when we sit and take a step back and look at really the cost of doing business, the cost of pumping water and everything and running a water system. We have been materially affected by the inflationary aspects of that work over time. And looking at the federal CPI for water and wastewater system operations, our increase aligns specifically with the increase in federal CPI over the last 5 years. And as a result, we are requesting the board give this consideration, as well as then a 5% escalation in each subsequent.
So what you're saying is you're thinking that the cost to provide that water is going to go up 5% every year? Without, I mean, you're not basing this on past use, you're just saying, okay, we want to move it now 20% to 369, but we're going to raise it 5% every year no matter what happens.
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Martin, yes, we are considering the past rate of inflation as it affects the operation of a water system. That includes namely electricity elements and related material, and the cost of our repairs have gone up in the case of just the overall price of materials and labor, et cetera. So it's just the cost of doing business.
I'm going to make an assumption here that you have that data to support that 5% annual increase no matter what.
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Martin, yes, we've been drawing from the federal CPI for water and wastewater systems.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Is that Supervisor Gould?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Latosky just sent me a similar chart reflecting the cost of electricity in the Consumer Price Index on Friday, as a matter of fact. And it is hockey pucking. It's really, or hockey sticking rather. It's really going up. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Director Latosky, are you confident that this rate increase will cover operations, maintenance, and repairs? My fear has always been in some of the water systems that the county has that we're only taking in enough with water rates to cover operations, and we're not taking in enough to cover properly maintenance and repairs. Pumps get old, pipes get old. There's going to be problems. You're going to have leaks. You're going to have repairs that are replacements of infrastructure down the road. Does this cover all of that?
Chairman Lingenfelter, it does, and it's especially important in the case of I-40 because, as I mentioned off the top, we are in a cost-sharing agreement with Griffith Energy where we incur a percentage share of costs for not only operation, maintenance, but also repair of the water system. Yes, Griffith Energy funds the vast majority of that, but we bear the other percent. So this proposed rate schedule does account for the funds that we are going to be required to support that, as well as the ongoing support of well number 4, the county's own water well.
Thank you, sir. I'd open it up for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
For that motion, second, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you, Board.
Chairman, just a quick note that after approval, the Public Works still need to bring the agreement back out to the boards for the signature in the future.
Thank you. Item number 30, direct staff to remove the 2012 Ford. I don't think 26 was pulled. No, I pulled 32. 20, 24, 30, and 32. I had a request to speak form sitting in front of me on 26 from Judge Moss, just in case that was pulled, and I looked at that and went to 26 on mistake. That was my bad.
We can always back up.
We're going to go, I don't believe, Madam Clerk, that 26 was pulled, was it? It was 20, 24, 30, and 32.
You're correct.
Okay, so item number 30. Direct staff to remove the 2012 Ford F-250, identified by unit number 9272 from the Public Works and Auction. Further transfer the vehicle and title to the Golden Shores Fire District as is. Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Assistant Chief approached me whether they were looking for a four-wheel drive vehicle for the Golden Shores Fire District. Golden Shores is a low property value district, so they have trouble buying equipment. But they worked with Director Latosky, and they were able to find something that they thought met their needs. And I thought it would do them more good to get that command vehicle than for it to be sold at auction.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Martin, you pulled this item. We have a few people to speak, but do you have anything to say?
Yeah, the only question I had is I also read that backup material where they asked for a four-wheel drive to get out to those areas, and it didn't say in this motion here that it is a four-wheel drive, so just point of clarification.
Yeah, it is four-wheel drive.
Okay,
it's got a bad fuel. It has a bad fuel pump also currently.
Cool.
Cody Robinson. Joy Bancroft, you're on deck.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Board of Supervisors. and Mojave County staff. My name is Cody Robinson. I'm the Assistant Chief of the Golden Shores Fire Department. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here respectfully to ask for your support in assisting our fire department with the donation of a four-wheel drive vehicle from Mojave County. Golden Shores Fire Department serves a large rural and desert response area along the Colorado River and out into the BLM and state lands. Many of our calls occur in unmaintained roads, sandy washes, and remote BLM areas where stranded tool drive apparatus cannot simply reach these calls. This is not a hypothetical need, as reality we have faced multiple times. On December 10, 2023, our department was dispatched to an aircraft that had crashed approximately 5 miles north of town on BLM and state lands. Due to terrain limitations, our apparatus was unable to access the crash site, and we were forced to request assistance from surrounding agencies, resulting in delayed patient care and extended response times. Again, on February 27, 2024, we responded to a UTV accident involving injuries. This patient was located 3 miles down a sandy wash with uneven terrain. Our ambulance could not reach the scene. One of our volunteers responded to their personal vehicle, and this directly delayed impact to patient care. A small fire district operating on limited tax base, our budget must prioritize staffing, ambulance operations, and essential life-saving equipment. Purchasing a dedicated four-wheel drive response vehicle outright is not financially feasible without impacting those critical services. A county-supported donation will allow us to close this operational gap without placing additional burden on our taxpayers. This vehicle will be used strictly to emergency response, including desert rescue and medical access to non-maintained roads. Supporting this request strengthens not only the Golden Shores Fire Department, but the overall emergency response capability across Mojave County. I want to thank you for your time and consideration today.
Sir, Joy Bancroft. Chuck DeShazer, you're on deck.
He was the one that wanted it.
Good afternoon, Joy Bancroft from Golden Shores. I'm also on the fire board for the Golden Shores Fire Department. And thank you for listening to me today. Hello, Chairman and Supervisors. All I wanted to say was very simply, please support this. It's just a vehicle that we need desperately in our area. Those of you who know Golden Shores, we're surrounded by dirt. The razors and the off-road enthusiasts have just increased almost double out there. And we're concerned that we don't have the right vehicles. None of the vehicles in that fire department are four-wheel drive. None. So we don't have the vehicles to get to these people if we had to. We had a gentleman crash into a wall about a couple of months ago in his razor out in the middle of probably about 2 miles out. And these guys had to use their own vehicles to get in there. And that's just not the way a fire department should be run. You know, I remember the day of the airplane. We had locals in Jeeps and Razors taking sheriffs out to that location, taking EMTs out to that location, and at least got there in time enough to keep this gentleman comfortable to call his wife to say goodbye because he was dying. So I believe we might need unanimous for all of you to get this through. So that's my little bit, and I appreciate your support very, very much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. That was our last speaker. I might open it up for additional discussion or a motion.
The motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it. Do have it. So ordered. Thank you. Item number 32. Approve directing staff to provide Mojave County's planning efforts related to the America 250 commemoration at the March 16th, 2026 Board of Supervisors meeting. Board, I placed this on the agenda really because of what Supervisor Lettman is doing down in Bullhead at the library. I think it's tremendous. Hopefully Mojave County is planning some things in addition to what's happening in Bullhead, and so I just wanted to give staff an opportunity on the 16th to present what the county's plan is.
Director Barillo will be ready. He is proud of the work his staff is doing, and
Great.
A lot of this is on them. They have done well.
I'd open it up to discussion or a motion.
I'll move to approve this item as read.
Second.
For that motion, second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it. Do have it. So ordered. Thank you, Board. We have two public hearings this morning. First public hearing, I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 35. Discussion, possible action, approve the adoption of BOS Resolution number 2026-048, an amendment to the Mojave County General Plan from a rural development area land use designation to a suburban development area land use designation and a rezone of assessors parcel number 306-24-007A from an AR 10A agricultural residential 10-acre minimum lot size zone to an AR 7A and AR agricultural residential 7-acre minimum lot size and agricultural residential zone to allow for a minor land division in the Golden Valley vicinity of Mojave County, Arizona. Commission recommended approval by unanimous vote. We have nobody signed up to speak during call to the public hearing on item number 35. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to speak on item number 35 during the public hearing? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing on item number 35. I'd open it up to the board for discussion or a motion. Supervisor Martin.
Yes, I make a motion to approve item 35 as read.
Thank you, sir.
Second.
For that motion, second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it. Do have it so ordered. Thank you. We're going to open the public hearing on item number 36. Discussion, possible action, approve the adoption of BOS Resolution number 2026-049, an amendment to the Mojave County General Plan from an NC neighborhood commercial land use designation to a GC general commercial land use designation and a rezone of assessors parcel number 324-03-639F from an AR agricultural residential zone to an SDC special development commercial zone to allow for open lot storage and a residence in the Kingman vicinity, Mojave County, Arizona. Commission recommended approval by 9-0 vote. Commissioner Kirkham declared conflict and recused himself from discussion and voting. We have nobody that has signed up to speak during the public hearing on item number 36. Is there anyone in the audience today wishing to speak during the public hearing on item number 36? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on item number 36. I'd open it up for discussion or a motion.
Motion to approve.
Thank you.
Second.
You've heard that motion in second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it. Do have it. So ordered. Thank you, board. Regular agenda, item number 37, information only. Pursuant to House Bill 2376, 2025, the Clean Elections Voter Education Guide, which is mailed to each household with a registered voter prior to the primary and general elections, will now include countywide and Board of Supervisor candidates. Interim Director Sumner. Is she online?
She is. Karina?
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould.
I thought this was an interesting item because I was thinking about having the county do it themselves on the candidate booklet.
Karina, you want to come on down? Yeah, that is very interesting. If you give the board just a general overview, anything else that you want to share on your item, we'd appreciate it.
Thank you. Sorry.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I just wanted to let you guys know the Clean Elections Commission send out a voter education guide before each election to every household that has a registered voter in it before the primary and general elections. They usually have legislative and congressional candidates in that guide. And there was a House Bill 2376 that was passed in 2025 that now is requiring them to have Board of Supervisors and countywide offices in it. So the only office that it does affect this year is Clerk of the Superior Court, but in 2028 it will affect all of you guys as well as all the countywide offices such as Recorder, Assessor, Treasurer, all of those offices.
Great, thank you for that. I'd open it up for discussion from the board if there is any, or a motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould, thank you.
Assistant Director Sumner, do you know if they will still be sending out the phone book version size of this voter guide? Or I think they whittled it down to just the statewides and then the districts that they were sending it into.
Yeah, they have not specified to us whether they're still sending out the large version. But I would expect that it would only be the races that affect Mojave County now that they're doing them kind of county-based, because I don't believe that we're going to be getting the guides that have stuff for Maricopa or Yavapai or any of those other counties. I would expect that they're specifically making for each county, so they'll have our countywide offices in it, as well as all of the congressional and legislative districts that affect Mojave County.
Is this only put the supervisors and the county officials in the voter guide and not put them under the subject of the Clean Election Commission?
So they're going in the voter education guide. All candidates too can have a profile on the Clean Elections website. So even if they're not going to be in the guide, so all the judges, JPs, and constables that cannot be in the guide, they can also be like under the Clean Elections Commission on the website. But regardless, it's not really making them like a clean election candidate. They're still like our candidates, but they're just not in the guide or in the guide depending on what office they're running for.
So it's just going to put us in the guide and not subject to the Clean Election Commission's bias rules and rules they make up on the fly.
Right. It's
drag
just
Republicans through the mud.
Yeah, it's just putting you in the guide.
Thank you, ma'am.
Additional discussion, or I entertain a motion? Thank you.
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it. Do have it so ordered. Thank you.
Having took several trips through the mud with the Clean Election Commission.
We'll move to item number 38. Discussion, possible action. Okay, number 1, approve the use of the Arizona state contract for solar energy systems with Sun Valley Solar, Chandler, Arizona, for the completion of identified solar projects on behalf of the Public Works Department through December 8th, 2023, provided that the state exercises all renewal options. Number 2, identify which projects to advance. Item number 3, authorize the chairman to sign all documents associated with the identified solar projects. Item number 4, authorize transfer of $7.5 million fiscal year general fund contingency funds and fiscal year 27 capital programming of $9 million sourced from fiscal year 27 general fund surplus funds to complete the identified projects. And item 5, establish a total project budget inclusive of the initial capital investment, a project contingency of approximately 3%, and public works construction administration fee of approximately 0.5%. If all projects are awarded, the total project budget would be $15,913,100.16 for the initial capital investment, a project contingency of $506,900, and $79,999.84 for the public works construction administration fee, establishing a $16.5 million total project budget with county pursuing tax credits of up to $7,960,850. All approved proposals will be collectively referred to as contract number 2026-095-CTR. Director Acton, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman. I just want to give a quick overview of how we got to this point. Back in August, September, we started exploring options possibly for covered parking with solar and some solar arrays on roofs. In October, procurement was asked to actually get some budgetary quotes, so we went through a process to get those quotes. We reached out to, I believe it was 6 total vendors, 2 responded, and then we realized that those contracts, the state contracts, were expiring and they're in the process of reawarding. So in November, we actually reached out to everybody, awarded a new state contract, asked for proposals on 3 originally identified buildings, plus 6 additional buildings that might benefit from solar being installed on the buildings. What we're presenting to you today in a nutshell, recognizing that solar projects often require additional signatures and some back and forth with the solar companies. We presented the entire set of facilities. It's 9 facilities in total that would result in the $16 million total outlay, with the expectation of almost $8 million coming back to the county through the direct pay incentives. And so it really is sort of a cafeteria style. These are the 9 buildings that we received proposals on. The Public Works Director has done an in-depth analysis of what the potential return on investment to the county could be if we installed solar at all 16 projects. He's done it by facility so that the board can choose if you want to award all 16, a portion of those 16, or none of them. And so the request would be the $16.5 million project budget, inclusive of the contingency and the construction admin fee. If you don't award all projects, we would use a formula to arrive at the 0.5% construction admin fee and the, sorry, I'm looking for my totals here, 3% contingency, and that would be what the total budget would be, recognizing that we do have some one-time funds that we would be able to use to start these projects in this fiscal year, and that we would need a capital outlay in the FY27 budgets. That's it in a nutshell. I am not a solar subject matter expert, so if there are questions as to what the proposals are, or Director Latosky's analysis of the return on investment, I would turn the podium over to him.
Great, thank you, Director. Director Latosky, you want to come to the podium and provide your presentation?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Lingenfelter, members of the board. Up here. As Director Acton alluded to, this is a very comprehensive proposal for solar array installation across several county building properties, 9 in total. It consists almost exclusively of covered parking solar arrays, with just one exception of the Adult Detention Center receiving both covered parking solar arrays as well as roof-mounted arrays. I have slides that present the array configuration for all the facility sites. I know this has been a long day already. I would like to focus on 2 particular slides. The first in particular, this is an opinion of benefit. That we've, as staff, conducted a very rigorous economic evaluation, and we are using best available information. So to start, on the evaluation considerations, we are targeting a conservative 20-year solar array service life. These solar panels have a 25-year warranty. The commercial inverters, however, only have a 15-year warranty. That's not quite as common as our normal residential inverters are usually 25-year warranties. So for 20 years, that is a conservative estimate that we think for evaluating the benefits. Using a cost of money of 3% per year, because all of the benefits and costs we will be presenting are in present worth value. But most importantly, I do want to call your attention to the electricity CPI. The federal electricity CPI has been on a trend of 6.6% per year, increasing compounded. That's based on the last 5 years. So as part of this economic analysis and estimating electricity savings, we are applying 6.6% assumption of electricity increase per year, and we are using electricity costs per building specific. So these are actual utility bills that we went through per specific building to estimate their energy saving. So moving ahead, this is the overall summary of all 9 buildings. I've ordered this in order of a best economic return for the first listed building, the Lake Havasu City Complex, all the way down to the worst economic return. However, when you factor in the tax credits, each building will actually break even or be a positive financial decision. So just starting with the Lake Havasu Complex, just like you walk you through that row, you see the capital cost. What you'll see there in the cumulative capital cost is the accumulating cost as you bring each building, if the board were to decide on bringing each individual building and approve each individual building for the solar array. The credit refers to a 50% federal tax credit, including bonuses, that the county can receive upon completion of the project. These projects are estimated to be completed in 2027. They must be completed by the end of calendar year 2027. The contractor that has proposed on this project has given us that assurance that he believes that he will complete these projects by the end of the year 2027. When that occurs, the county can apply for a tax credit of 50% of the capital cost in the calendar year 2028, just like you would apply for a federal tax credit for 2027 taxes. I do want to stress that the benefit cost for each of these individual projects are not counting the credit. However, when you look at the final two rows in cumulative credit and savings, we're showing that accumulating as well as a return on investment that does include the credit. Cumulative electricity savings. This is an important one. This is the one where we actually took the economic analysis of the actual electricity savings based on the contractor's proposal of the energy offset that they would achieve. The energy offset varies anywhere from 58% energy offset for legal services center to 99% energy offset for the administration building. The electricity savings should be looked upon as being the net savings of net capital costs. So in simple terms, and again, I'll just start with the Lake Havasu City Complex, the cumulative capital cost, or the capital cost, is $903,000. If the board were not to do this project whatsoever, staff's opinion based on its economic analysis is the actual electricity costs over 20 years would be $1.3 million. And that's where the approximate $400,000 electricity savings comes from over 20 years. So either spend the $900,000 for the capital cost to construct the solar arrays, and then you would achieve a $400,000 savings. So again, so summing this up, the cumulative electricity savings actually goes down once you get to the Legal Services Center, Sheriff's Admin, Bullhead City Library, and Bullhead City Complex. Why is that? Well, the Bullhead City Library and Bullhead City Complex in particular, they are MEC powered buildings, and that MEC does not do net metering. So that actually affected the energy offset that our contractor proposed, and hence a lower benefit cost. In fact, the benefit cost is under 1. However, I do want to stress in the second to the rightmost row in cumulative credit and savings, each building, even the Bullhead City Complex, would achieve a positive return as long as you factor in the federal tax. So I'll stop there and take any questions. Again, I can walk the board into I do have slides for each building, starting with the central complex, which shows where the solar arrays will be proposed.
Thank you, Director. Yeah, we'll pause. We'll see if there's any questions on the information that's been presented so far, and then we can proceed. Are there any questions?
Chairman.
Supervisor Lettman, thank you.
Federal tax credits come and go. What if they go? What do we do?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Lettman, excellent question. And that's why I did not include that in the benefit cost analysis. So the benefit cost simply just pertains to the electricity savings. You're right. Two risks with the federal tax credit is, one, what happens if an unforeseen circumstance happens where our contractor cannot complete all the buildings by end of calendar year 27. That is a must. But our contractor has pledged to this point, if we move forward with this project at this time, that he can make that deadline. And then the second one is more of a political question with regard to if the tax credit were to go away with some future congressional bill.
Supervisor Gould, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And for full disclosure, I carry a solar contractor's license. I have a solar system. I've been on a lot of roofs. I'm just kind of curious. You had a term, back to your slides and roll back. You had I forget what the term you called it was. I think it was the difference between, it sounded to me as if the system was not covering the complete.
Oh, the energy offset?
Yeah, energy offset. Was that the amount that the system is not covering the use of the building?
That is correct, okay. Yes. And that is contractor proposed, so staff did not have any input into that.
Okay. I got numbers from the solar system that we currently have, which is the courts in Bullhead City, and it appeared to me that where these things go awry a lot of times is when they estimate the output of the system. The system that we have in the court only looked like it hit its capacity 1 month out of the year. So they'll rate it, I think it was a 90 or 42 kW system. It only made 42 kW 1 month out of the 8 or 9 months that it was pulled. And for some reason, the data storage on this won't give us 12 months of numbers to do a full year. So you have to watch when they talk about outputs of a solar system, because they vary. I almost guarantee it's not a tracker, so it doesn't track the sun. It's probably not adjusted the tilt angle for the seasons. So really, a solar panel only makes its rated capacity for about 2 hours a day at the most. And if you think about it, it's from about 11:30 to 1:30 that things actually make in full capacity. So they're doing a lot of, I don't know if we did it or the guy that's trying to sell it to us did it. They're rating this what we're going to get as an output of the system, and a lot of that is just guesswork. Elon Musk in Solar City was being investigated by the Arizona Attorney General for using fictitious numbers built into their sales model. Because what they're trying to do is they're trying to get to the end column here and show you how much money you're going to save over that period of time. I've had solar panels fail in warranty. I've had charge controllers fail. So you have parts that are going to fail. If the system doesn't make it through, it's warranted. I believe I saw, was it 20 on the panels and 10 on the inverter?
I think it's 25 on the panels and 15 on the inverter.
Yeah, but I don't think that's what it said in the backup, though. It was a shorter number than that, which if it fails in warranty, so I had panels that failed in warranty. They said, sure, we'll give you another panel, but you have to pay freight. So if the freight on the panel from Oregon was $300. Take a wild guess what I paid for the panel when I bought it new. $300. I did buy more panels from the same manufacturer, and these are American-made panels too. They're not Chinese panels. I just had them throw my warranty panels on the pallet that they were sending me anyway, so I didn't pay any extra freight. But the things they do fail. The capacity is reduced over their lifespan also, and they consider a panel that does 80% of its capacity still functioning. So you need to look at that too. So if you get towards the end and your rating is, you're not generating as much power. But a lot of this, if you got to crunch these numbers, because in what you're really doing, all you're doing is paying your utility bill 20 years early. You're effectively paying, you're taking this wad of cash. And this is all coming out of reserve. And I remember getting beat up a couple of years ago because I wouldn't adopt a sales tax because they wanted to increase reserve. And now we're looking at a plan where we spend the reserve. But in reality, what these mostly work out to is you front loading your power bill over a 20-year period. I don't know about you, but I don't really want to pay my power bill 20 years in advance. My off-grid solar, I kind of like electricity, and I don't like listening to my generator run, so I have an off-grid system. Grid-tied systems generally don't pencil out. Net metering only comes into play if you're not using the production of the solar system during the time you produce it. If you make more power than you can use in the middle of the day, then you're going to sell back. That's when the net metering gets you, is that net metering says if I give you a kilowatt today, you'll give me a kilowatt next Tuesday. If they don't net meter, then a lot of times they don't give you anything. Somewhere between 0 and the full amount for the kilowatts. But they're complex agreements with a lot of assumption, is basically my point here. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Borelli.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. My question, has maintenance costs been factored into this?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Borelli, no, we have not assigned any maintenance costs.
Okay, has the staff considered a power purchase agreement or PPA?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Borelli, no, we have not considered.
Okay, and I'll just kind of an example. Lake Havasu City, I was on council when we did this. Lake Havasu City had added solar to 4 buildings: City Hall, the police station, Public Works building, and the Aquatic Center, in addition to the parking lot shade model. Well, what they did is they went out and they found a company to actually do this. It was LG, a Korean company, utilized a PPA. Without any capital outlay from the city, the company built we'll call the carport, and put the solar panels on there. And with their power purchase agreement, under 20-year power purchase agreement, the city made no upfront investment whatsoever. Instead, the LG installed the power panels, installed the shade structures, and maintained the system. The city agreed to purchase all power produced by the solar system at an initial rate that was not less than what that initial rate that was less than what the city was paying Unisource. In addition, the agreement provided an annual 2% cap on any increase over in the power rates. Traditionally, Unisource increases average of 5 to 6% a year. At the end of the 20 years, the city has the option to purchase the existing system, continue the agreement, or have it removed. The expected savings for the city is going to be $1.5 million over a 20-year period, and that's without any capital outlay whatsoever from the city. Maybe we should be looking at that type of model rather than what's being presented here today. So I think that'd be a good job for our economic development director to kind of seek one out. Maybe get a hold of LG or some other company to do the same type of model. They'll put up all that shaded area and won't capital outlay.
Director Acton.
I just wanted to speak up. If we go with the power purchase agreement, that would actually go through a procurement process. It was something that we talked about, and we went this direction, being that we would be able to have the covered parking and that the county would own it. But we'd be open to whatever that might be. I also wanted to let the board know that the proposing contractor that we're recommending is here. If you have specific questions on their proposal, they're in the audience today. When I worked at the city of Tucson, we did a lot of power purchase agreements and energy performance contracting. It's a little bit different than what this does, but that could be something we could look into.
Yeah, understood. But if they could put up the structure and provide the shaded area, there'd be a heck of a lot of savings, bigger savings for us. I think it would be a better model to try to investigate.
And I'm not sure the popularity of it. Again, I'm not a solar expert, but back when I was with the city of Tucson, there was a lot of incentives for power purchase. I don't know if that is still in the market today.
It's worth investigating. Save us $16 million. And the agreement was that power company, the solar company, they got all the tax credits. They got all the tax credits, all that stuff. So there might be an appetite for that.
Supervisor Gould, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The other thing to watch for is that the buy rate from the power company has changed several times in the last 20 years. Not just the initial incentives that they used to pay, but the actual amount that they're going to buy that power for has dropped down. That they're not, I believe they reduced the rate and raised everybody's power bill last year, which made 14,000 people sign a petition in Lake Havasu for Unisource to knock it off. The other question is, who asked you guys to look into this?
Chairman Lingenfelter, Supervisor Gould, we had worked as a staff team looking into this particular proposal after meeting with Unisource Energy, and we've also had some discussions with MEC, and we were communicating with Chairman Lingenfelter with regard to that interest and just vetting those outreaches by Unisource and MEC.
Because generally these things come to the board to ask whether or not we want you to go and investigate these things, because you're using staff time and taxpayer dollars to investigate something that the board may not be interested in having investigated. Just kind of curious where this came from.
Mr. Chairman.
The chairman has authority between meetings, but anything that the chairman does between meetings gets ratified by the board at the following meeting.
Mr. Chairman and board members, we interact with all board members and we get inquiries, and we follow up on them, knowing full well that whatever the findings are would be presented to the board. This was really no different, and this goes back to well over a year. Initially, the inquiry came to us regarding a model that the city of Mesa had and does have today. To look into it, we reached out to the city of Mesa to understand their option and their model, and clearly recognize that the city of Mesa is a power provider and we're not, so their model would not work for us. We did not pursue that any further, but in the process, we were asked to look into this option of really dual purpose providing shaded parking for our employees, at the same time reducing our power cost, which continues to go up, and it's substantial for us. So we took on this task of researching and finding out what can be done to deliver on that purpose, on that project of providing shaded parking and reducing the power costs, knowing full well that it would have to come to the board, and the options presented where the board can select one building, all of them, or none of them, was designed on purpose to give the board the ultimate flexibility to make the most suitable decision for the county.
I can appreciate that, but it still seems like the board should have been consulted on whether or not this was something that we wanted you to investigate. Since I'm sure you have Director Latosky involved, so it's not a cocktail napkin sketch that has brought this to us. They've spent time researching this stuff. And I'm just concerned that the board should have been asked whether we wanted this to be researched in the first place.
Mr. Chairman and Supervisor Gould, let me assure you, we had consultation with board members, and it wasn't just Director Latosky, it was Director Acton, Director Mornian. We wanted to make sure that the information we presented to the board is reliable and accurate, and that if the board was to make a decision to move forward, that decision would be implementable based on the information that we presented. So the information is pretty accurate.
I wasn't making the statement that Director Latosky had gone rogue and dreamt this up on his own. I know that he doesn't do things. He does things first class. I was going to use a different phrase, but I don't want to use that phrase. He does stuff first class, so I know he's got time invested in it. If the finance director and the procurement director both have time in it, that's my point, is we've spent staff time without getting approval from the board to go ahead and research whether this was something that we wanted staff time to be spent on. That's my point.
Supervisor Lettman, thank you.
Could somebody explain the balance of the contingency fund, of which we're asking to take $7.5 million out of? What is the current balance or projected at the end of the fiscal year of this contingency fund? That's a lot of money. Anybody?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Lettman, I will be happy to take a shot at that. Unfortunately, I don't have Director Mornier here, but I have Sonia Jaramillo, who will, if needed, assist in this process. The FY26 budgeted contingency is $12.7 million. We have some, we are aware of a request that will come to the board related to Legal Services Center and the constables and transfer and so on. The point is, the FY26 budgeted contingency is $12.4 million.
Yeah, I'm concerned about taking $7.5 million of the $12 million out of our contingency fund. We need to save the contingency fund for, contingencies, things we really need. Thanks.
Let me also, again, I'm not trying to talk the board one way or the other. I do want to make a distinction between the contingency fund that we will bring to the board annually for operation and unexpected events and costs versus the surplus fund that is in our reserve above and beyond the funding that we present to the board and the board approves for contingency annually. So again, not trying to convince you to go one or the other. I just wanted to point out that distinction.
question on that.
Supervisor Gould, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. County Manager, so we have a reserve fund and a contingency fund?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Gould, it's the same money we bring to the board every year where we present the operation. I'm just going to call it the 3 months operational balance that is needed, and you know what that is.
Yeah,
It's until we start collecting taxes. That it's all part of the same fund, Supervisor.
I thought it was.
It is. It
Okay.
is. But we take that aside, and then on top of that, we present the contingency fund, which is not the operational fund, but for expenses, for
Some cushion
incidents,
for the budget.
yeah, it is truly contingencies that are that come up that we can't anticipate, but we set aside. We've been presenting to the board about 10% of our general fund going into this contingency, and the board has concurred with that. So those are separate. Those two are necessary. We protect them year after year. It's whatever is left in the general fund balance that I'm calling the reserve here, but it's all really the same.
So Supervisor Lettman's, you wanted the amount in the reserve fund or the contingency fund?
Contingency.
Okay.
And that was what I answered for him, the amount of the budgeted contingency.
Thank you, sir.
You bet.
Thank you, Chairman.
Any additional discussion, or I'd entertain a motion? I prefer really a model. I think the city of Mesa has a model kind of like Havasu, where they didn't have any capital outlay, but they still were able to capture the shading and the solar electricity cost.
Yeah, I'll make that motion.
But
What's that?
we have two speakers. Excuse me, Joel Allen Alderman and Scotty McClure here on deck.
Appreciate the time here to speak. My name is Joel Alderman. I've been in the solar industry for 18 years. I serve as the territory director for SRS Solar over New Mexico, Arizona, and Hawaii. I live in Lake Havasu City. I have no skin in this game on this project whatsoever. I didn't know about it until last night when I got a call from River Dave, the mayor candidate in Lake Havasu, about it. Got sent some data about it and had serious concerns. My phone rang 7 more times before 8 o'clock from city council people to other people in the industry, local contractors wondering why they didn't know about the bidding process. This has been an interesting meeting to watch for the last few minutes. I'm kind of very concerned of why there was no TPO process looked at. I'd like to know how the selection of contractors were done. Sorry, I'm obviously nervous to stand up in front of you guys. But Ron Gold asked a lot of great questions. He is a solar contractor as well. I've worked in the industry everywhere from installing to, and right now, like obviously I work in the procurement side and supply side of the industry. I do very large projects, multi-megawatt deals. The math does not math on this deal. And as a taxpayer in this county, I have a huge problem with it. The director already stated that she is not an expert in this. Mr. Witowski is obviously not an expert based on that stack. There is so much misinformation in that is held. I highly encourage the board to either table this or just kill it immediately. This is not a good deal for taxpayers. It's $167 per household in this county that would be wasted on this, and it doesn't pay off. Why would we fork out this money when we could do tons more with $16 million? We're running our young people out of this county because they can't afford to live here, and we're going to spend $16 million on solar for the libraries. Makes no sense. If the board would like me to ever talk about this more in depth or whatever, I've taken about 3 pages of notes, but I've got a minute here to talk. And I would be willing to lend my capacity professionally, personally, whatever else, as a guide. I will stay out of the bidding processes or whatever, make sure I don't benefit from it in any way. I just don't want to see the county go down this path of making a terrible financial decision. Warranties were mentioned on there. Warranties aren't worth the paper they're printed on. I don't care who tells you that, sells you it, whatever else. A PPA, PPO, whatever. You can have those companies pinned to the wall. But here in this state, I can cite several examples of when the panel companies go out of business, you're shit out of luck. Pardon my French.
SunPower.
And there was, SunPower is a great example. Another one is down in this Tucson area right now, and they're giving $35 to people for their failed panels. And it costs them roughly a truck roll at $550 plus a full retail panel. Anyway, I hope you guys table it.
Sir, before you leave the podium, is there still the model that Supervisor Borelli mentioned today? Is that still a viable model today?
There's viable models for that as well. I like those for county and municipalities, cities, schools, whatever else. I just finished one that was 3.5 megawatts in Hawaii. That is what I recommend you guys seriously look at. The outlay on this is absurd. And like I said, I am a big county taxpayer here. And I literally canceled my flight to go to another state today to come here and speak this. It was that much of an important thing to see this stop. The county needs to look into that model.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you for your time.
Scotty McClure?
Scotty from Bullhead. I don't think I have to say anything after him. Anybody who votes for this, yeah, you're already in disagreement with me, or agreement with me for some reason. You ready? This is all solar powered. What in the heck did we do? Get another anonymous billionaire donor or something? We got books, we got solar panels coming our way. I thought we were building a morgue. This is where it needs to go, is in the morgue. $16.5 million total project budget. The tax credit's up to $7,900,000. Am I reading this right? When I first read this, I thought I was having to clean my glasses or something. But the tax credits are probably going to go away. You know, Trump has already axed Tesla tax credits. He's going to get rid of Ocean, those big wind tunnels. They're gone. You're not going to get anything. And that's $7,960,000 that we may not, probably not. Anybody heard of Solandra?
Supervisor Borelli, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we direct staff to investigate the model that Lake Havasu City used with a power purchase agreement to find a solar company that'll handle this whole project with no capital outlay from the county. They actually build the structure and they get the tax credits.
Thank you, Supervisor. You've heard that motion.
Can I ask for clarification, Chairman? Would you want us to look at all identified locations, or would you like us to target specific locations? The power purchase agreements usually will require, the power purchase agreements usually require the companies offering to really look into those buildings as well. Do you want us to target all 9 buildings, or are there specific buildings you'd like us to look at?
Supervisor Borelli?
Yes, well, first off, I'd get a hold of Lake Havasu City, see what model they use and how they put it all together. And then we can find a company that do all the rooftops and all the shaded areas, let's go for it. I mean, if we could prioritize, I know the library down there in Bullhead could use that shade. I mean, I know.
Supervisor Gould, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe some of these buildings are in a different electric company. Mm-hmm. Some of them are in Unisource, some are in MEC. Do you want to delineate those? Would that make it any easier going out to bid? Or
I think we can probably just look into it in general. I just wasn't sure if there was any that the board had no appetite of us pursuing. To your point, it's going to take an investment of staff time. And so if there was any that there was no interest in, I just didn't want us to spin our wheels on something that.
Do we want to, maybe we want to pick a building to minimize the staff time and see how that works to see whether you want to proceed to the rest of the buildings?
I don't know, maybe prioritize, one thing. Bullhead, Lake Havasu, it gets the hottest, and there's a 10-degree difference between Bullhead and Kingman. Prioritize something. I look for the libraries first, where the public goes to mostly, and then move into more of the employees.
Director Latoski, Director Acton, do you see any, thinking of a way, because there's really no harm in doing a test of the private market on this, but if you put something out, either like a request for information or, I don't know if you go just straight to RFP, but is there a way to capture the full innovation and thought process of the private sector as far as which facilities might be good for us? I see the gentleman nodding back there. Am I going in the right direction?
I think it might be, it's a little bit hard for me to wrap my head around it and say, like, here's all the things we can do. But if you direct staff to look into options, we'll find the best method to look into options. I was going to offer, when we originally were looking at this, because of Unisource reaching out to us and MEC reaching out to us, we had identified 3 buildings, the admin building, the Bullhead City Complex, and the Lake Havasu Complex. To Supervisor Gould's point, the Bullhead Complex is MEC served, the other 2 are Unisource served. We could explore really looking at those 3 locations to see if it would make sense to move forward with some kind of power purchase agreement. For the investment of staff time, if we can find a cooperative that exists among the state, it's a lot to manage these. Again, I did this with the city of Tucson. Power purchase agreements and energy performance contracts take a huge investment of time on the procurement side of things to comply with state statute. So if there's a contract that already exists, that would be our preference, but we can look into what options there are.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould, thank you.
If you take a look at what exists in the state, if there's a state contract for that model that we're looking at, which is that we don't lay out money.
No capital outlay, yeah.
Take a look at that and maybe report back to us with, that might be the way to go. This is Supervisor Borelli's motion, but I'm just spitballing.
Like a report back to the board before.
Yeah,
we really
and see,
time.
does that, what is there? Just to give us an idea, do we really want to spend a bunch of staff time on the whole thing?
Yeah, especially if you can enlist the help of Tammy Ursenbach. I'm sure she's got those contacts too.
Mr. Chair.
Modify your motion. It's your call.
Yeah, it's your item, Supervisor.
I was going to second his motion.
Just to have procurement take a look to see if there's a state contract that exists for that model that we were searching for.
I will rescind my motion. Ron, you want to make that motion?
I move that the board ask procurement to take a look and see if there is a state contract for the model where the county does not make a capital investment in a solar system.
I'll second that.
Additional discussion.
To include a power purchase agreement, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Additional discussion. Looking again at the gentleman, if you're a company that doesn't have a state contract, obviously that limits local participation in the procurement process. Are you aware of who has a state contract, or if there aren't? I mean, does your company have a state contract?
We do not, and I wouldn't be involved in this anyway. We strictly do supply. We're a subsidiary of the Home Depot.
Sure.
As far as why I got kind of involved in it today was I had several of the contractors call me.
Well, I just want to ask the question because I think I don't want to speak for the whole board, but I think all of us are a little sensitive with making sure that our local folks have an opportunity to compete if it's possible.
And that was one of the questions that was on my list, and I forgot to ask it, but they wanted clarification, and so did Dave Johnson, the mayoral candidate. They wanted clarification on how they get involved to bid for these types of projects. And that was something I don't know, so I asked that while I'm here.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Gould.
Yeah, my intent was not to purchase it off the state contract. It was just trying to get a feel for the numbers to see whether it's viable or not. But if that's the other upside, if we break it down into smaller projects, you're more apt to have a local contractor be able to be competitive on it.
Yeah.
But you do also have I don't know why they call it a tax credit, but it's more of a rebate than a tax credit. I don't think they're making us use that money towards the county's taxes, because we only collect taxes from the employer as the employer and turn them over to the state. So I'm assuming that money is just a rebate. Got a guy waving in my hand. Yeah.
Can you come to the podium, sir? Are you Chris Lamont?
So you guys go to the same barber.
It's his doppelganger.
Thanks for having us. We're in from Chandler this morning. It's a direct rebate from the federal government for the tax credit itself. So even though you don't have a taxable income to offset, it's a direct payment.
I think I read that in the backup. It either goes to the contractor or it goes to the county, I guess, however you set the contract up.
So, and then on the power purchase agreement side, it would be really looking at Unisource. So you're talking about a third party coming in and doing an investment, owning the rebate, as well as you guys purchasing power at a lesser rate. So it would be less savings to you overall from the standpoint of what we projected, but it would be cheaper than what you're paying today. So your incentive would be no physical outlay of capital, but a cheaper rate. Right. So as long as that ROI for the PPA provider was there, then they would look at doing it. So when we look at how these things kind of get passed and how they get through the vetting from an ROI standpoint, I would probably target the Unisource ones first because there's net metering, as opposed to the MEC ones. The rates were the reason that the ROI was a little bit less is because of the rates. So. Any other questions I can answer, by all means, please let me know. We did give options for the O&M, so I don't want you guys to feel like we weren't being inclusive there. And with respect to the projections, we take a really conservative approach to what the system's going to produce. So it goes through a system called PV-SYST. We actually take a look at the physical geotags of each location, what azimuth it's sitting at, its physical location in terms of the sun, and we track it month by month over the year. So, I know that that's a tactic that some people play.
I wasn't accusing you. I'm just saying that.
Oh, you're fine. We've been doing this since 2006. We're one of the largest contractors in the state with regards to solar specifically. So, but commercially speaking, we do a lot with the counties, with the cities, with the state. We are on the state contract, which is I assume why we were asked to bid. So, at any rate.
Great. Thank you, sir.
Sure.
Appreciate it. We do have a motion in a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Item number 39, discussion, possible action, approve and adopt a new and modified fee schedule for Mojave County Animal Shelter, continued from the January 5th meeting. Manager Alters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and board members. This item, as you noted, was continued from January. Our Admin Services Director has a couple of slides presentation for you to provide information to you that you requested at the prior board meeting. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman and board members. I will pull this up for you. Okay, hopefully this will be the most brief of the day. Okay.
Now you jinxed us.
Okay, just to recap, this was continued, as County Manager Elter said, from January 5th. This is the proposed shelter fee item. I wanted to give a little recap to the board, and this is from January 5th, as I said. We had a discussion of proposed fees. This was a public hearing. There were two proponents to this item. We had an increasing current fee adoption, as well as implementing a new fee. There were a couple of takeaways from the board for this meeting. Number one was to kind of clarify services mandated that the shelter is providing. There was also to research surrounding agencies' fees that included both inter-county and adjacent, and to come back to the board with pretty much some tailored proposed fee options. So I wanted to give the board just a bit of history just to summarize, because I understand that we have 3 newer board members. So to take you back in 2019, we had the county brought back the shelter in-house in 2019. In that same year, the county did vote on a capital improvement project for building a brand new county animal shelter facility. That new shelter was completed and opened in May of 2024. I wanted to also bring to the board's attention a 10-year revenue and expenditures history. This is a bit misleading because I know this looks like a positive number, and it is in fact a deficit. It's just the way that Munis prints this or kind of puts this up for whatever reason. So I know that this looks like these are positive numbers. They are not, in fact. These are all a deficit. They range from, I wrote down here, about 232,449 to about 528,693 range. And again, we're not through FY 2026. At this time, you can see that we pulled it. We were about halfway through, with FY 2020 being the first year that the shelter came into the county. Back to the services mandated. I know this was a takeaway from last time, and I don't want to go into every item. I certainly can answer any questions specific to each of these mandates. However, just to give a brief overview, on the ARS 11-1013, these are some of the laws around microchips, lost animals, the deceased DOA animals that come into the shelter from our animal control, and disposing of them. When an animal becomes legal property of the shelter, EUs for disease, we have ARS 11-1014. These are our biting animals, rabies quarantine. We have our ARS 11-1021. We have proper care protocols, humane care protocols, and EU protocols. On the ARS 11-1022, these are sterilization of impounded animals. In a nutshell, spay or neuter before adopting. We have the ARS 11-1029. These are hearings for vicious animals, forfeiture, and then EUs on vicious animals that judges rule on. Just in a nutshell, these are the mandated services that we are providing. So going back to what the board asked of the last time, this was researching both what was shared in county, and we have 2 facilities in county, as well as what is adjacent to us. And just for good measure, I actually pulled 2 other agencies, one based on similar demographics, as well as kind of a more rural population as well. Just to kind of give a little bit of summary here, we have 9 total agencies. We have 2 within our county, and we have 9 adjacent counties, and then we have 2 comparable metrics. So what we can kind of see, and I won't go into every agency that we have here, but what we can focus on is I kind of broke it down by cat adoption fee, kitten adoption fee, dog, puppy, and then as well as surrender fee based on the cat, kitten, dog, and puppy. And then I took a look at basically what we had in our county, as well as what we had in adjacent. And I took a look at kind of what did we have similarities on, as well as what didn't we have, kind of where were we out of line, so to speak. So you can kind of see here we have Bullhead City Animal Shelter, as well as Western Arizona Humane. One is a municipality, as well as a private org. You can kind of just see here that where we're kind of in line. I mean, I'll go to the next page as well. So we can kind of take a look here. There is kind of a variation across the board, taking a look at by county, by animal. Go back. And I'll break this down more. So kind of what were the adoption or the agency takeaways from this? Kind of where were we in line with all of this? And let me go back. And I'll let the forward look for a minute. Okay, so some of the takeaways that I had off the top of mind here. Looking at adoption fee pricing, kind of how did we fall statewide versus within our own county? Specifically within the county, back here, we pretty much fall in line, but I do think that there's an opportunity to increase costs, especially just more within looking flat, just within vet pricing. I think there's consideration, especially within talking to our finance, with including some labor and overhead into the fee increase, but still staying in line within our county, not looking to outprice ourselves with somebody coming in and saying, well, I could just adopt from WAS at this point with pricing. I do think that it's very common to look across the board and see that most agencies are splitting out those fees for cats and kittens versus dogs and puppies. That's not something we're doing today, but it seems across the board that all other agencies or most other agencies around us are doing so. I would also say that what I found interesting is that we are the only agency, with the exception of Bullhead City, because they do not accept surrenders, and they did confirm that to us. Every other agency does have a surrender fee, specific to an owner, not somebody bringing in a stray off the street, but bringing in an owner surrender fee. So we are technically not in line with that. We are the only other agency that is not doing that today. Let's see here. Now, when I talk to agencies, of course, and I broke this out between myself and staff members with calling places and researching this, and when I spoke to one of the agencies, it was in Coconino. I'm not sure if it was High Country or if it was Humane Society of Sedona, but one of them that had the surrender fee, I asked them, do you have a lot of pushback with it? They explained they do have discretion with implementing the fee, because obviously if they have a displaced veteran who is coming in and he's disabled, they have the discretion not to impose that fee. They can waive that fee. They can use their discretion at any time. I did ask, does this often come up where people are combative about the fee, seeing it as a punishment, so to speak? I was told by that agency that they explained to owners that they do not see this as a punishment fee, but rather ensuring care for the animal while it's being found its forever home, that rather the fee that they're asking for is a nominal amount in consideration for the animal's stay for the next few weeks of shelter and staff care. I just found that interesting. So going back to the proposed fees, this was the last item that the board had asked. So I want to talk about the two initial things that I brought to the board, as well as what the amended options look like today. So first, last time that I came in front of the board in January, I had proposed that the board were to consider a flat $10 fee for adoptions. This was strictly based on costs from our vet. That would be looking at $135 for a dog, $85 for a cat. Now, roughly on the conservative side, that would bring in just under $30,000 in revenue. Now today, after the board has asked me to research what other agencies are doing, and now that we have more to work off of and in looking in line with other agencies, I think that based on the shelter comp analysis that I've done, I think it would be more in line to ask the board to consider splitting out an adult dog and a puppy along with a cat and a kitten, keeping that $10 flat fee increase on a dog and a cat, and increasing the puppy $25, and then increasing a kitten $20. That would then look at, again, conservatively bringing in closer to $40,000 in revenue to add today. On the other side, the proposed litter fee last time that I brought in front of the board, this, if you recall, was a $25 per puppy or kitten, max of $100 litter, roughly, again, just under $30,000 in revenue. I know this was kind of mixed. There were a lot of questions around this. How do we implement it? Who are we charging it to? How do you really enforce this? All over the board. Now, after looking and seeing other agencies and the shelter comp analysis, I'm seeing that we're the only ones who have no owner surrender fee. And I don't think it would be out of line for the board to consider an owner surrender fee, or if the board feels that that is a punishment, considering calling it an animal care fee. And again, this is based on the shelter comp analysis. Even if you considered starting it at $20, which is the lowest that we saw in the state or in surrounding, or just go back here. Or if we looked in our own county, and again, it's very hard because Bullhead does not have this fee. But if we were to consider Western Arizona, the other agency within our county, they have a $30 fee. If we were even, and here's the other lowest one, if we were to even consider matching the $30 that our other agency within county has, you would be looking, again, on the very conservative side based on the figures for FY25, which, again, I would imagine the numbers will be higher for FY26, but roughly $44,000 in revenue. So the two bolded items that I have here are amended versions of what I brought to you last time. And if the board were to consider the amended versions that we have in front of you today, at the very minimum, if you were to consider only going with the $10 we talked about last time, at minimum, we would conservatively look at adding the $28,000 to our revenue. But if the board were to consider the amended and recommended fee adoption and implement the increased adoption fee based on the shelter comp analysis, we'd be looking at conservatively the $40,000 in revenue. Plus, if the board were to consider an owner surrender and or animal care fee at the highest of $30 per animal, at the $44,000 conservatively in revenue, we would look to conservatively add $85,000 in additional revenue. So with that said, I do want to hand it back to the board for discussion.
Thank you for your presentation. Any questions from our board members? Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Aaron, do we adopt out all the puppies that get surrendered that don't have health issues?
For the most part, yes. Yeah.
What do we call a puppy?
I would say 6 months and under.
Okay, and then everything else is a dog up to, and then when they get, 7, we reduce the fee? Is that how that works?
At that point, they're classified as a senior, but a lot of times we sponsor, well, Lynn with Friends of Mojave County will sponsor if they're over 2 years old. She will step in and cover to get them sponsored, especially if they've been there for a long time.
Okay. I had another question, but I can't think of it right now. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Other questions? So I appreciate your presentation. I didn't see a graph where it took what you're proposing compared to all the other organizations that you looked at. There was a lot of going back and forth, but I was trying to look on my screen and you're on your screen at the same time. But it looks like even with what you're recommending, we're on the low side of all the other agencies that you looked at.
Well, I apologize for, I should have included maybe a side-by-side to include that a bit better. I would say we would be somewhere in the middle still. I focus specifically on our own county. So if we were to charge, let's say, $135 for the adult dog, that does put us in between still because Bullhead City is charging $100 for a dog and Waz is charging $136 for a dog over 6 months. And they're charging $181 for a puppy, so it still puts us under. So we're still in between.
My point is that if we were to adopt what's been stated today, it's not like it's going to put us at the top of the range, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Appreciate it. Additional questions, or I'd entertain a motion from the board? Any additional discussion? Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Andrew,
I'm just going to ask Aaron to bring back that last slide that has the recommendation on it.
While
Supervisor
while
Borelli,
you're
thank
looking
you.
at it, how much is a cost comparison? For example, WAS, they have theirs. What's the difference? How much less or more does the county charge?
Sure. So currently, we're still in the middle. If we were to go with what we're proposing today, we still fall directly in the middle of Bullhead and Waz. So with Waz, we would come in $1 under what they charge today for an adult dog, and we would come in $29 under for a puppy. But we would come over $50 for Bullhead and $35 over on an adult dog. So we would fall smack in the middle of both of these organizations within our own county with what's being proposed.
Well, WAS is private, and they have a lot of private donations, and they've had money willed to them, and they got a pretty good endowment. Municipality-wise, we're about average. Above, would you say above? We would be above Bullhead if we pass this increase?
We are already above. We're above on the dog side. We're under on the cat side.
We're under Yavapai and Coconino and all the other organizations that you looked at.
We are, correct. But most of theirs are private. Very few are run municipality, actually, on the agency side, if I can bring this up for you. A lot of these are private in Coconino.
Got it. Supervisor Lettman, thank you.
I just want to be sure, that's the proposed schedule we're voting on, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the
Thank you,
proposed
Supervisor.
schedule for the Animal Control Center.
You heard that motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Heard that motion and second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it. It's ordered. Thank you very much. We'll move to call to the public. First, signed up to speak is Armin Staines. And Scotty McCleary, you're on deck.
That's what I said. I pulled out. All I saw was... Real quick point of order. Has the clerk been able to check with the court system to see they're going to hold the dedication or the groundbreaking?
They
we
are.
Get over there? Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Good. I'm in Fort Mojave, aka the German.
This morning before the meeting started, I got a text message from the manager of Safeway. They're building another tent city down in the Watt behind Safeway, and they're living again under the highway. So that's very concerning to the manager. She would like something done about it, if possible. And then the other thing is, I showed Supervisor Gould a video earlier, and there's a guy trying to get over my fence. And this is getting out of hand, especially around LeClaire Acres between, Dunlop and Aztec in Fort Mojave. We have homeless camps popping up every which direction, especially along Andrews, on the east side of Andrews. There's 4 motorhomes sitting now where people collect their junk. They display their washed underwear on whatever. It's kind of getting ridiculous. So is there anything the county can do about it? There is no electricity, there's no sewer, there is no septic. So basically it's dry camping. And as far as I understand, you can't do that in a county. So I really would appreciate some help on that. Thank you.
Scotty McClure. Jean Morgan, you're on deck.
Scotty from Bullhead. Interesting day, huh? Interesting agenda. Well, let's have a little Scotty levity. Wake you guys up. I want to talk about pink elephants, pink penises, and the Shah of Iran. When it was certainly a real different country. And I hope we can get back to that one of these days. But anyway, I used to work in doing cable TV over in the Beverly Hills area, Bel Air, Malibu, et cetera, et cetera. So this one morning I was driving down the road there real early. God, I was on a roll. Anyway, I was driving by the Shah of Iran's compound. And he's got 10 or 12 foot walls. And on top of these, every 10 feet or so, he had those, those little boys that you see pissing in the swimming pool. He had them all mounted on it all the way around his compound. Now, during the night, somebody had painted them all, the penises all pink. They stood out like you wouldn't believe. I almost had a car wreck. I'm serious. It was, whoa. It hit the newspapers and the news organizations. You wouldn't believe. The Beverly Hills City Council went ape. They weren't real happy about having the Shah of Iran even in this country, so they made him paint them. But anyway, yeah, you're driving down the road and you got Beverly Hills, Bel Air, where the rich people live, UCLA over there, and you're driving down the road and here's all these little boys with pink ones. So I just figured you guys needed a little levity, and you'll be dreaming about that tonight when you go to sleep.
Jean Morgan. Dr. Rob Christensen, you're on deck.
Thank you. Again, my name is Jem Morgana. I am a Kingman resident. The board probably knows, but I want to call attention to Arizona Governor Hobbs signed bipartisan legislation sometime in February. This is HB 2792. This is a bill that allows for some property tax exemption for disabled veterans. And this is so necessary for our veterans here in Mojave County. So I bring it to the attention and I ask this board and the county to please do active outreach to the veterans in Mojave County so that they are aware of this new lightening of their load. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Rob Christensen. Elias Vandez, you're on deck.
Yes, I wasn't planning to speak during this time, but after observing what happened with item 41 earlier, I wanted to comment on the decorum. This is my first time coming to a Mojave County Board of Supervisors meeting. My wife and I have owned property here for years, and we moved here full time about a year ago. And so I thought, I'd come and speak. And what I observed today was disgusting in terms of decorum. The vulgarity, the lack of respect for different positions, it saddens me. And I hope you as a board will do something to make sure that all positions are respected. I came to this today from a position of standing against censorship based on a conservative libertarian position. I respect others that come from a different perspective of that, but I didn't see that today on that side of that side of the podium or in the audience. And so I hope we all turn the volume down. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Elias Vandez. He left. Thank you, board. We are adjourned.